Okay, so we are, of course, encumbered, but we're going to try looking a little bit more on this island here, because I do feel like there is a non-zero chance to, although we did find a bit here already, there might still be more. Like, this shipwreck here feels like this is at least worth taking a quick look at to confirm if any of these crates are lootable. Aha! Because there are, in fact, several. As it turns out, this one's hiding in here. How do we actually get to that? Hold on. So now the easy ones. Steel plates is solid. Not amazing. Wolfhide, also not great, but I'm actually wondering if do we go under the water over here? No, you can't really. It's too shallow. Don't think there's any clever way to make that happen unless, I don't know, could we even like dive under here and then surface? I don't really think that's possible. So what if we hop? And where actually was this thing? Down below us right now, right? How do we squeeze in there? That looks basically impossible. Just teasing us. Can we art or something? Doesn't really look artable, but maybe. Other thing can move. What if we're in the water? We probably can't really do it. Also, there's this wall of boat. But this is kind of like the angle we'd actually want to be pushing it from. Yeah, and as soon as we're swimming, we can't do it. So, I mean, something tells me that this is some amazing piece of loot. It's 500 rounds of dimeritium ingots. But at the same time, maybe not. Maybe it's just a tease, after all. So, let's call Roach. Assuming that she'll actually come to us when we're not that far away from her. She's sort of coming. Yeah, she is. But use her to help us navigate this place a little bit more, since we are, of course, encumbered. Don't think Roach would help us loot that thing at all, but just to explore this area a little bit further. Where did you go? Oh, there you are. There we go. Hey-ya. Okay, so let's check, because if we take a look at this island, we'll see that it's kind of like a U shape of sorts. We're at the bottom of the U, but we have a couple of peninsulas here. They are elevated, and so it's not 100% clear at this point. Let's see. Wait, no, this is this way. It's not 100% clear.
That's it, Roach.
As to how far we will actually be able to go up here, or if we're just going to hit this area where we can't go any further. Maybe the terrain gets a little too steep to climb. We'll take a look around here, because this is one of, if not possibly even the biggest, of the unnamed islands that we've encountered thus far. And we have already seen, that startled me for some reason, we have already seen that there are some things here that, I mean, there's at least one thing that we knew was going to be here. There was a question mark on our map for it. And there was also something that, as we saw with that sunken ship, that was not listed at all. It was just totally random. So that does suggest that there could potentially be more here, but I think now that we're looking at a bit of a steeper incline, we will, in fact, need to go on foot. But as for whether we can actually climb this, that remains to be seen. Does seem like, well, let's kind of jump there. Obviously, we weren't going to be able to just waltz on up. But I do have my doubts as to whether we can actually make this happen. How close are we to the end of this island? Are we near the edge? Not exactly. Roach is like, come on, Geralt. Stop doing this madness. You know you can't do it. I don't know, Roach. I don't know, Roach. Okay, maybe we can. And it doesn't exactly look any more inviting over there. So let us get Roach back. Hope we can at least get that high up. Otherwise, that would be quite problematic. Okay. Maybe we could try going up with Roach, but I don't think she's going to be able to... No, she can't even go any higher up at all. Like, maybe if we did this, we kind of can. Roach is displeased with us, but it is, in fact, possible. Yeah, I think this will be easier to go not on Roach. As long as Geralt doesn't immediately step off the side of the mountain. So we'll try this, but I'm not really expecting to find much of anything here. But it is, now it appears, at least from this angle, at least theoretically possible. So we'll see if our efforts are rewarded here or not. But at least for now, I just didn't want to get any momentum with a slide, because I felt like even if that isn't necessarily going to send us in the wrong direction, momentum could have just carried us away and we would have come crashing down to the bottom. Yeah, this is actually quite high. This is quite high. And I think there is little to no chance of us being able to get up there. That looks pretty much impossible. And if we are to try that, then I'm not sure we're gonna like the result. So let's save real quick. And then I think we all know how this ends. But we gotta try. We gotta at least try. Oh, hold on. Saved it, at least for now. But this is awfully steep. Come on, can we help it? Can we help it? He's done it. At least for now. I mean, how we get down from here, once we have made it up all the way, is another question that is perhaps becoming increasingly relevant. Because, well, that doesn't look that bad. Just hop straight in the water, right? What could possibly go wrong? Nothing. Nothing at all. So I've said it many times before, but I will say it again. Perfect situation for them to say, okay, you've done it. You made it all the way up to this extremely remote location that was difficult to get to, that so many people are not even going to bother to do. Here's your reward, a place of power. Not this time, though. Not this time. In fact, all we see are monsters down below us. Unfortunate. Okay, so these are other just random islands. In fact, this island is big enough that at this point, we're, well, no, we're no longer really on the south side of Unvik. I suppose you could almost make the case that we weren't to begin with. But we're approaching the north part of the island, which I think is certainly where we're going to find most of the reefs and other difficult to navigate stuffs, as we're kind of seeing here. So that could prove to be a bit of a challenge, but I think now we do, in fact, try to find our way down. And we could try to jump off here and see if we make it all the way into the water. It's steep enough that I'm not sure we would hit any of the side of the cliff. So we might actually be able to do and survive in the process. The thing is, if we try that, then we're stuck swimming from here all the way around the interior to here, and, well, I mean, I suppose we could go back on land at some point and resummon Roach, but just seems like that may be more trouble than it's worth, so we're gonna do it. And not make it. No, we're gonna slide. And make it. It can be done. Okay. Maybe not the smoothest of exits that we were looking for. Geralt's still working on his professional cliff diving career prospects, but one day, it may in fact actually happen. So in that case, we will swim around, which maybe might actually be faster, seeing as how we would have had to carefully navigated. Oh, okay. Game just froze up on me for a second there. I think it was just saving, but made me a little bit concerned. But yeah, this might have actually been a little bit quicker than it would have been to walk down, because it would have had to carefully walk down without falling off. And if we had fallen off accidentally, chances were we probably would have hit a little outcropping at some point and actually died in the process. So, surprisingly effective on this occasion. Surprisingly effective. Like, we probably would have fallen down and then hit this little rock right here. This one right here. And then we would have died. Then it would have been like, what are the chances of us hitting this one little speck on the side of the mountain that does not go straight into water? Well, it's all it took. We will need to go a little bit further back, because this is steep enough that obviously we can't actually make it onto the shore. But as soon as we do get to a shallow enough area to do that, then we'll resummon Roach, and then we can try the other side of the island, the other end of the U, which might have been a little bit bigger. So it might have a little bit more of a chance of having other goodies. I mean, we did find a little bit of stuffs at the very beginning of the process, when we saw the fallen over shipwreck. But, I mean, that was pretty darn close to where we started off, so you could maybe make the case that there may not be another one on the opposite side, but we'll just have to see. And is that the little crate that we were messing around with Ard? I think it might have been. That may not be a coincidence that that's still blown around. Alright. Getting close now, so we'll summon Roach. And we'll see if there's anything on the other side. Ooh, step ahead of us. Okay. We're gonna go opposite direction. Except not into the water or trees or whatnot. Okay, I'm assuming the bears are not going to spawn back after we defeated them. But we did get this. That was the actual chest that was actually the one that was listed as the guarded treasure. This is interesting. This almost looks like a bit of a path here. Certainly more navigable than what we were seeing on the other side.
Slower.
Anything down here? Hold on. Whenever there's a little ravine like this, I always get suspicious. It feels like that's an indication that, well, there's going to be something at the bottom of it. This looks like it could be tough to get back up here. It might be just barely steep enough that we can't quite climb back up, so this could backfire on us on a bit, and the fact that we're sliding down is perhaps reinforcing that theory, but just look at the map and see what is just a little indentation. There is this island over here that we can kind of see, but I mean, that's it over there. It just has extremely steep. It's a cliff, basically. There's no way we're getting up there, and unfortunately, there is nothing over here. So now we know, but we'll head back, and we shall see this beginning part here is relatively minor, the incline, but it does get steeper. So I think we'll still be able to do this. This doesn't look too bad. Although, well, Geralt is seemingly actually doing the climbing animation, so I'll commence the pogo sticking. And now that we have Roach back, we can speed up a little bit. And Roach, can you climb this? You're putting up a bit of a fight.
Not so fast, Roach.
Let's see. So, in theory, if we were to go a little bit further eastward, along this side, it might not be quite as steep, or at least based on what our mini-map is saying, that might be the case, but Roach, I think, is going to have trouble with this. She's good for when we have relatively even land and we're just trying to cover it as quickly as possible, but when it comes to actually elevated land in steep inclines like this, then it's Geralt's roll and jumping abilities that are going to make it much better for us to navigate this stuff on foot. Okay. So, once we're up on the crest like this, usually gets a fair bit easier. As long as we don't slide off to the side at any point in time. And then, if that does happen, things get tricky real fast. But this is looking similar to the place we were previously. On the other side, just this is a little bit bigger. So, you know, if you wanted to drop anything at the top, anything of note, then you could make it happen. But no dramatically placed chests or places of power or anything of that variety, so... Okay, fine. Be that way. I see how it is. Okay, that scared me a bit. Might be worth a quick save, just in case, you know, we accidentally fall. Because, like I was saying when we were going down the other route, it's one thing if you deliberately try to cliff dive in an area where you're not expecting to hit any of the cliff and you think you're just going to go straight into the water. But on this occasion, when there very much is plenty of stuff for us to crash into, not great. Not great for that to happen to us. Now at this point, if we fall to the, to this side, I think it's not the end of the world because this is a gradual enough incline that, or decline at this point, that I don't think we're really going to hurt ourselves at all. I would have liked to have gotten onto Roach, but I suppose we didn't really need to. And I suppose that means that at this point, if we just resummon Roach real quick, that we have basically gotten everything here. The one exception being that piece of loot that we saw inside the shipwreck. Could give it one more shot, but I think it's going to be awfully difficult to actually get that to work. And did we check on this side as thoroughly? Is there anything over here? I mean, there are drowners over here, seemingly. I actually wanted to climb over this. Not seeing any. Plenty of friends over here. In fact, is that the other side that we're looking at right now? No, that's actually Unvik we're seeing. Off in the distance there. This stuff. That landmass, at least. So that's old news. Been there, done that. But the last thing is just... How the heck? How the heck? Can we move this whole shipwreck within our... I don't think so. Don't think so. I can smash the loot button. Just mash it like crazy and see if eventually the game will say, oh, for a split second we'll let you take it. But no luck, seemingly. So you will forever just have to wonder what that might have been. Was it actually the world's best loot? Or was it just a spoon? The world may never know. So that means we're headed back to the boat. Oh, and potentially sirens. And from here, let's take a look, and we can perhaps even set our sights on the next location. And I think it's probably going to be all these little islands here. Okay, and the map actually does end. This is as far west as it's allowing me to go. That means these ones further off to the side over here, you know, directly to the west of where I am right now, we presumably would not be able to go to those. Those are fictitious islands. But these three here should be doable. And then at that point in time, we have really a whole archipelago here around the northern Unvik area. And I think that's where it is going to be the most difficult area to navigate the waters. The most dangerous. I'm thinking that's where we'll see the strong currents. We'll see lots of reefs that we can crash into if we're not careful, and then probably fair share of sirens and super sirens as well. Wouldn't rule out drowners either. So that's the biggest question, I think, at least if we're continuing to ask ourselves whether we can pull all this off with just one boat. I think if we can make it through that area of Unvik without taking much of any damage to our boat, then it's possible. If it gets really beaten up there...
Stench.
Oh, what? Okay, well, here are the sirens. Right on cue. We could, yes, fight you in the water, but when we're this close to land, why not just do this? Oh, took you out in one hit. Although, there's still more. Indeed. Hello. Please come down here. Okay. There are definitely more. Just a question of if/when they want to bother us. Did the other one drop loot? The other one did not drop loot. Oh, no, it did. Just down here. There we go. Okay, so there are additional monsters of some variety, like, right in front of the boat right now. Just kind of like to see if they're drowners or sirens. Can we tell from here? I think those are sirens. Which are certainly more difficult to avoid. That's not really the answer that I was looking for to that question. I was hoping they'd just be drowners and we'd sail past them and not worry about it. Because we still don't have a great answer as to whether or not the sirens actually do deal damage to us, or our boat, rather, when they latch onto it. Well, okay, here comes everyone. All of the sirens that we were expecting. Any hope of being able to avoid them is now null and void. Do we have the crossbow out? We do, but hold on. We're shooting at the wrong siren, it would appear. Take a second. Get the breath back, and as you can see, many more where those came from. I just kind of like to get rid of some of them and try to avoid the risk of taking any damage to the boat. Because again, that's my primary concern. Obviously, like, we can take a level 13 siren. That's not a huge deal. We'll live. That'd be a great time for the game to go, oh, really now, Lids? One moment while we have 5 sirens simultaneously swarm you and strangle you. Oh, and the other thing is, no, we don't want the sirens being right on top of the boat like this, because that is another way in which we can actually take damage to the boat, we do think. So, not really sure how we avoid that situation here, other than just go really slowly. And I think we did avoid it, at least then. And, well, here come more. Here come more. And I am, I think, going to try to make a point of jumping off of the boat every time they do attack us. Oh, this is different music than we usually have. I'm not sure I've ever heard this. Is this supposed to be specifically crazy Unvik Waters chaos music that we avoided because we went a circuitous route to Unvik our first go-round? Perhaps. There is still another one. There we go. There are still more. I mean, this one may not take much interest in us, and now it may. And that's too far away still. About now? Oh, now you... Okay, now you're flying. Lovely. Can you just, like, come down here so we can destroy you? And Geralt, wrong time. Now it's gonna hit us. Yup. Geralt just, every so often when we're swimming underwater, decides that he wants to surface. I don't know if it's like the waves actually change the depth at which we're swimming, and so he's like, okay, now we're close enough to the surface, and I'm just gonna go up. But, no, go onto the boat, not under the boat, onto the boat. But again, now we're, like, continuing to take out more sirens right next to the boat, and if we crash into them, we are at risk of damaging the boat. And so we gotta be careful here, and I think that's a good symbol, or good sign, of what we are likely to run into here, which is many, many more sirens. So, I think that is probably going to be par for the course. And now we are getting the thunderstorms And I think the music has changed here as well. So I think now we are truly in the official Unvik waters, where we could find just about anything that could ruin our day. So we have been warned. Now is the hour for the crazy stuff to start happening. So we'll be put to the test. Can we put our sailing skills to the test and woo, fend off the bazillion sirens that we're going to encounter here? So yeah, I think what we're going to find is that they're going to come in huge waves like this, where there aren't going to be any, and then instantaneously there are 5 that just show up right in our face. It's kind of what happened there. There's 2 that we took out. There's another one over here, and it felt like there were more than that as well. So I would like... Yeah, there's another one. At least one more off in the distance. But I would like to try to minimize this number of sirens to the extent that we can in advance. Well, there's one over there. This is actually interesting. You know, we were saying it looked like they spawned out of nowhere. Perhaps they were here to begin with, and they're just surfacing when we come close. But we want to try to be a little bit more proactive about it, because we're going to continue to find these sirens showing up right next to our boat, and then we're going to need to try to navigate around them. Okay, and we do, when we're potentially going to have areas with the currents, which I'm not quite experiencing yet, but I'm expecting it to start happening any second now. We want to make sure that we're not going nearly as close to any of these land masses. Like, even if we want to check this place out, we should just settle for swimming a little bit more up to it to take less risk, to lower the chances of us actually taking damage to the boat. But this is looking like a rather small island, which may not have much of anything on it, although I do think that as we start getting more into the truthfully northern Unvik archipelago-y area, that we're going to find that there are going to be more things on those islands, generally speaking, because we know there are at least some Witcher School gear recipes there. Formulae, if you will. So obviously there's something holding those. But then, will that be it? Will there be more? Of course, we don't know yet. But I think that's it for here. Looks like it's not anything. And that's perhaps to be expected, given the size of this area, but I think we are entering the eye of the hurricane. I suppose perhaps Unvik itself is the eye of the hurricane. And then once you make it onto Unvik, it's not so bad, but it's everything around it that gets complicated. So we made it to that marker. We'll hop onto our boat, and we'll mark our next spot. But we're basically just gonna, you know, take it one island at a time here. And I think they are gonna get much closer together now. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing depends what your perspective is. On one hand, it does mean they'll be quicker to go from one island to the next. However, on the other hand, like we were saying, we'll make it riskier for us to navigate this area. Let's mark the next spot, which, in theory, this island here, we should be able to go to. Because we can go, this is as far west as the cursor is allowing me to go. So we might actually want to do that now. And then go west to east a little bit. If the game doesn't actually say, hold on, you're going too far, this is the end of the world. Which it might say as soon as we get to the side of this island here. I would not rule that out. We might just need to take a different route to get to this island that we're thinking about trying to target. This one we see off in the distance is definitely outside the scope of the world. But So far, we're in the clear here. And it's this one that we're starting to see as we round this corner. We actually have our marker on, but that looks like a place where we can't realistically make a landing. Because, I mean, you see anywhere where it looks like we can walk up on that island? Because I certainly don't. Maybe on one of the sides that we can't see at the moment, but I think we can probably rule that out. In which case, let's mark the next one, which would be, yep, this one directly in front of us. For a second there, I wasn't sure if this was a separate island or if this was Unvik. Now, we're seeing, actually, a small island, and then beyond that, you can see the very tall Unvik Tower. Okay, let's not go much closer than this. There is certainly at least a small area here. It looks like we can walk around. As for whether we'll find anything on that small area, that remains to be seen. A little... that's just a rock out there? Or is that actually something we should investigate? Okay, that's the kind of thing that we'll want to be careful of. Because those can sneak up on you.
Come on.
And you could crash into it. And take some damage. This is what I'm referring to. It is a rock, indeed. Not seeing much, and it is quite small. There isn't too much to look at. We can try to go higher up, but not sure there's going to be much of a difference. Suppose we can, in fact, get up here. But will there be anything? Because I don't really think there will be. Anything hiding down there that might be worth a quick check, although it would be a little bit difficult to make it back up. So I'm a little bit hesitant to do it, but let's give it a shot here. Because we may not be able to climb back up from this angle. Worst comes to worst, we'll have to swim around a bit, but I'll tell you what, this is a larger area than I was expecting for us to be able to walk on easily. Okay, lots and lots of sirens, which in some ways, I'm actually feeling like might not be a bad idea to take this opportunity to fight them all. And do it on foot, where it is much easier to do that than having to hop in and out of the water. There is at least one coming for us now. Get crit. So yeah, at least making life a little bit easier for us. In that regard. And that is Unvik that we're seeing over in that direction. They also don't drop loot when we fight them in the water, so minor improvement in that regard as well. Yeah, I think we're not seeing much of anything here. Now the question just becomes how best to get back and where to next. Because at this point, we have a little bit of a gap between the current island and the next island we want to go to. We know there's a question mark here. Do we go here first, or do we go to this one first? Because... think west to east might be the best course of action. Go like here. Here. Then further south and go to this one, to this one, to this one, to this one, so on and so forth. Something like that. I mean, I'm sure once we actually get into it, we're going to deviate from that a bit, but that's the general process I'm thinking that we follow. Then we'll play it by ear a little bit and see if anything strange and unexpected happens, in which case we'll adapt. Okay, so we can potentially nab a roach here. And check out our shadow as we go hopping around here, but, well, maybe we don't need roach after all. We'll just make our way back over here. And if we can go down this side, I think that'd be much better than going on the other side of this island here, because we saw the difference at least from a siren count, is quite significant. We could try, like, poking our head in water, seeing if we spot any sirens just chilling, like we did see on occasion before, but not seeing any. So I think we take this little area here as a brief moment of respite. Chance to get some reprieve from all the sirens that have been attacking us. And I think will continue to attack us quite a bit in this area here. Okay. So let's head on out and avoid that rock that I was talking about before. And, okay, let's actually mark the next island on our map, because we were charting our course, but we didn't actually mark it, and it actually is, a little bit further west than where we currently are. Okay, so it's not the closest island. The closest island is probably this one that we're seeing right here. So it is a little bit, it would be this one, I think. It's a little bit tempting to go that one, but, I mean, the good thing is they are close enough that I don't think it's a huge deal if we go a little bit of a zigzagging pattern here from one island to the next. But I think now we are certainly going to be entering the place where the waters are going to get rougher. And we've already seen the siren count increase considerably. I mean, the waves are knocking us a little bit all over the place here, but it's not actually changing which direction we're going in much. So, just want to keep a close eye on that, because we, like I said before, we basically avoided that altogether when we originally went to Unvik, because we took a little bit of a roundabout route to try to avoid many of the potential obstacles. And in doing so, not only did we avoid the reefs that we heard about, which we maybe want to park our boat here to avoid crashing into, but we also didn't really experience much of anything with regard to the currents. Well, maybe a little bit. Okay. I'm guessing that the question mark on this island will be that boat. That's my guess. But this is a fairly big one. And there's this one over here, which is like a little sub-island that I doubt we'll find anything on. Let's just take a quick peek. Yeah, it's like, this one's pretty steep. And yeah, based on the positioning here, I think it's almost certain that the boat shipwreck of sorts is likely to be the question mark we have here. Yeah, in fact, we can even see the loot already. And we can also see the sirens, which, of course, when we're not in the boat, means we will need to fight via crossbow. So I preemptively ducked underwater, assuming that they would come for us, although they haven't really just yet. Those are fish. But we, of course, do have limited breath. Here are the spoils of war. Get that breath back. Now, presumably the sirens are going to come after us? Eventually? Maybe? Possibly. I mean, I would have liked to fight you just to get rid of you. That would be convenient. Okay, now... surely we're close enough? Yeah, we're in combat music now. Give him just a second here, and Geralt, I'm sure, is going to take this moment to decide, yep, he wants to pop up. I mean, this is interesting. We probably could get on land just by walking on this boat here and then actually draw our sword and fight you this way. Might be a little more straightforward. Okay, make this a party. Oh, I could not tell quite how far away you were. Well, we standing still now. Let's see. Repair kit. Any loot from the sirens themselves? It does seem like it, but hold on just a second here. Amethyst dust, meteorite ingot. Okay, that's not too bad. And there's this stuff down here. It's actually a fair bit down here. I'm guessing this is the other big one. That's not so great. The apple again from random underwater bodies. Not great. Oh, there's quite a bit more down here. In fact, I did see that it didn't gray out, so I was like, okay, I know there's something else. Journeyman's armor repair kit, and now it's grayed out. I think the best stuff probably was still above water there. stuff we found next to the sirens. But not bad. In theory, there is loot here-ish from the siren, although I'm not really... Oh, up here, okay. And then there's another round over here, and this is a big enough island that I think we'll make at least a brief effort to check out what's going on around here, see if there is anything else. I do think that's possible, and we could find something. Assuming we can actually get on shore, which we might need to do a little bit further in this direction. Okay. And we might as well summon Roach. Okay.
Faster.
So, I mean, there is the siren loop, but I'm perhaps more interested in seeing what, if anything, we find here. There's this little lake of sorts. Pond, or what you want to call this mini body of water. Puddle, maybe is more accurate.
Whoa.
Does intrigue me a bit, but still not much of anything, at least here. Change in elevation means we probably want to try going up here with Geralt on foot if we can. But given the difficulty of it, does perhaps suggest that we are unlikely to find anything. Or we may just be going from a less than ideal angle on this occasion. Yeah. We re-summon Roach here, perhaps? Will she cooperate? Seems like she will. Okay.
Come on now.
So, like, I could definitely see a little chest or hidden piece of loot somewhere around here. We saw something similar to that on previous islands of about this size. So, seems possible. Okay, but Roach doesn't really want to do this part here. Oh, those on the island?
Hey there.
No, they're outside the island. They're actually in the water. Okay. So, not looking like much of anything, at least on this side. There's kind of a little bit more
Come on.
off over there, except that gets much steeper. Oh, hello. I did not see that dropped off so quickly.
Run, Roach.
Maybe don't run. Maybe walk carefully. Tread carefully, you know?
Hey,
Yeah, so I am doubtful that we'll find anything further in that direction. Roach is doing something. She's displeased with us, which is perhaps understandable. She's like, oh, what are we doing? Daryl, I'm stuck. I can't tell if I'm supposed to be swimming, walking, or what. Okay, we could try to loot this iron stuff, but I think we've just about exhausted our opportunities here. And we can take a look from this angle at what we might potentially find on this island, but I think you're seeing the answer right here. The answer is nothing. So we'll head back. And we have not checked what our weight was recently. We're at 641. And at this point, I think we're at roughly the halfway mark in terms of getting across all the Skellige 7 Seas. Maybe a little bit further than that. I think this is going to be one of the most densely populated, or at least densely packed from a loot standpoint, areas. So we'll have a much better sense once we get out of the greater Undvik area as to how much weight we're going to have, like I was saying before, how much damage our boat is going to take. So this really is going to be telling. Well, let's see. Next on the list is, I think it's going to be this stuff here. Going west to east, and then we'll go south. And there is another boat. So this would be another opportunity for us to switch if we thought that was going to be necessary. Would be convenient. Would be advisable in most situations, yes. I recognize that. but it would not necessarily achieve our objective. Our totally arbitrary objective. That has no real concrete reasoning for us to be doing it from a gameplay standpoint, but that doesn't matter. Enough of that nonsense. It matters to us. And therefore, we shall aspire to make it happen. Okay. It may even be this relatively large island, or series of islands that we're seeing in front of us now. Whenever I see one of roughly this size, I kind of have to ask myself, is that a random little island, or is this actually one of the bigger ones that is one of the quest-related islands that we've already been to? And, you know, if this was one island as a whole, then maybe that would be a more relevant question, although now that we see that this is clearly two different islands, that does seem to certainly be less so the case. Okay, here's all the rubbly stuff. There are monsters of some variety here. Not seeing any sirens flying around, so I'm thinking these are probably going to be drowners. That they are. Are you close enough? You are not close enough. You may now be close enough. It really looks like from the minimap that there's one a lot closer to us than the game is actually telling us are. Like now there's one right next to us. Yeah. Sort of. It looks like it's right next to us. Okay, another one here. Maybe it's just because it's mostly the depth that's different. They were a lot further down than we were. And we did a slightly better job of taking these guys out away from the boat. Okay, and where's the actual loot? Okay, and that's actually stuff on the island. Or no, that's the herbs down there? Okay. Just trying to gauge. There's something over there. Something red. Does look like that would be relevant. Okay, it's actually going to be this shipwreck down here, and I'm guessing this is going to be the big thing. This chest here. Does look like that's pretty much the center of the spot we're looking for. Here, cavalry saddle. Okay, has grayed out. Take a quick look here. We are starting to run out of breath, so I don't want to take too long to navigate further. I'm not seeing anything else lighting up, so I think we do need to surface. That may be it. At least with this specific question mark. However, I think there is at least something worth investigating over here. Lots of herbs. Oh, that might just be blood moss. Yeah, this is interesting. Because I was saying this a while ago when we were doing islands that were more in the middle of nowhere. Islands that weren't necessarily right next to Unvik, like this one kind of is. That looks like there's something over there. That little alcove of sorts. But yeah, there, generally speaking, were not any plants on those islands. This one has a ton. So, I don't know if that's because we're kind of... In some ways, this place is an extension of Unvik, and obviously Unvik is a full-blown, significant island. Yeah, that is totally something down there. That looks like a little passageway of some sort. But even this looks like it could be worth investigating. Let's summon Roach? Question mark? And it may be worth taking a look soon at our treasure hunt for the bear school gear. Because we're getting pretty close now to the places where we're expecting to run into this. Like, this looks... Compare this to the other islands, where we had to do crazy jumping and climbing up 90-degree angles. And those islands felt like, okay, we're clearly going in a place where the game doesn't really want us to go, versus this, where it's like, oh, there's a nice little path. Sure, go this way. Explore. Do wherever you like. And it's like, okay, well, thank you. It's very kind of you. It's much more inviting. And implies that perhaps there is, in fact, more for us to find here. Maybe I'm just making that up. Certainly could be. But, like, now we start to get to more of the kinds of things that we were doing before. I mean, I suppose we may not have needed to do that, per se. Hero might have been able to still climb that, but... Here... Do we see anything? I mean, I doubt we'll find anything at the very top here, but we could at least try going to the other side of this island, on this end. See if there's anything hidden in the bushes. Because, yeah, we did find... There were a few hidden chests or some sources of loot of various varieties in other locations. But it mostly looks like here, all the things that are lighting up are some variety of herbs. And for the most part, herbs that we've seen plenty of thus far. Not ones that we're terribly concerned about stockpiling at this stage. I think there are very few that meet that criteria at this point. Though it is nice. Visually, aesthetically pleasing, I think. Have the island that is actually not just a mountain covered with snow. For once. So in some ways, like I was saying, Moonvik is actually being more inviting than many of the places that we went to previously. Which side do we actually want to go to? I think it's actually the opposite side, right? Yeah, we actually want to be on the other side, so... Probably shouldn't be dropping all the way down to the water like this, unless we want to maybe even swim this, but... I mean, Roche would be faster. Okay, now she wants to show up. She wasn't doing that previously. Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Run,
okay.
Roach.
So yeah, I mean, I'm not really expecting us to have anything else here. There's a little bit glow in there, but that was just another herb.
Not so fast, Roach.
So we shall... We could either swim directly across from here, or we could move our boat up a little bit closer because we did leave it a ways out there. I think we probably do want to do that. It means we'll have to navigate a little bit around the loot area with all the planks and barrels and whatnot. But I think we have plenty of room in which to do that. It shouldn't be much of an issue. There's this dude. We'll have to avoid him as well, but still plenty of space. We got much closer to other ones before. So we'll be fine here. Okay. Hop on in. And basically, I mean, we could even back it up a little bit and then do this to just give us plenty of room to avoid crashing into anything. But don't get too close to the shoreline here. Just want to move us up a little bit further. Here is that other boat that we could potentially... Oh, a new marker. What? This place has a marker? Now that's a first for the remote locations. Let's read about it. I'm interested to see what the significance of this place is. Elders say an isolated cave on this coast was once used as a retreat by the world's most famous bard. Before the rise of Dandelion, that is. Are these descriptions written by Dandelion as well? It sounds like they may be. The great Zerdne of Zangabar, renowned from Nazir to the Dragon Mountains for his ferocious lute strumming. This island is, in theory, bigger than the other one that we were just on. It does have this fast travel spot, so it could be a way for us to, well, fast travel, sell our humongous inventory, or get to another place to find a boat. Obviously, we don't really need to do that. If we wanted a boat, we could get one here. But, I think for the most part, we should be fine here, right? And we may... Ooh, that's an interesting rock. I see you. I see you. We could summon a roach here. Which, perhaps I shall do. Mandrake root, that is actually a little bit rare. Come now, roach. Let us be on our way. And I'm not gonna sprint through here with roach, but I think she's faster even when she's just at her slow little insert correct horse movement term here. What is it, a trot?
Whoa there, Roach.
I don't know. Lots of plants. Anything special, though? We're up here. Harold's still gonna have an easier time with this. Then once we actually get to the other side, we'll re-summon Roach. Will this island have anything? It has a fast travel location. We still have that area underneath this where there's that little archway, and we'll definitely check that out. But let's start at the top and then work our way down. Can we see anything from this height? Such great heights? No, we probably have to come down now. I'd say. Yeah, and that also looks like that's going to be fairly difficult to descend. Unless we maybe go here. This is seemingly the best way down. But even now, that's a pretty steep drop-off. As you are about to see here. Might still be safe? Words to live by? As long as we dive roll out of it. That's a lot of sirens. That is Unvik we're seeing over there. But I would not necessarily be averse to taking out some of these sirens here and now. If we could say, avoid having to do that while we're on our boat. That does complicate matters, but as for right now, that's more of an aside. Mostly looking to just, get over here. And once we're on a little bit more flat land, makes more sense for us to resummon Roach. And from here, let's see, is this gonna be the little alcove? Does it go all the way through? Or does it actually end? Is it a tunnel? Or is it a cave?
Giddy up.
Because it's looking like it might actually be a cave, because it doesn't appear to go all the way through, at least not on this end. Maybe it's a little bit further back. I'm just trying to maybe get back up here with Roach, which is easier said than done, especially when there are a bunch of trees that she wants to crash into. I wanted to try to go this way, but she did not want to do that. Yeah. I'm thinking there's not another entry point or exit point to that area. So, in that case, we'll go through the way that we saw, and we'll see if there's actually anything in there. I am intrigued, and maybe don't jump when we're on our way down like this, because we're perhaps just increasing the probability of us breaking an ankle. And not going to be many people to help patch it up around here. See through rock. Could see you again. At least, almost see you again. Okay. Yeah, there is cave entrance for... Okay. We'll save. But I'm getting strong vibes of you're going to be here on a future occasion. Now is not the time. So we'll poke our head in. But I am very much thinking that we're going to want to double back soon. That's an ominous glow. Hello? Why is there an ominous red glow? Also, can we bring Roach in here? Cannot do that in here. Hi? Anybody home? Do we brighten this place up a little bit? Maybe? Creepy statue people? Ominous entryway? Hi. How's it going? Apparently, we can go through this area, even though it looks like a wall. Probably an illusion. As to whether we're actually supposed to do that now or not, well, I've already said what I think the answer is. See if it even lets us. It doesn't. It doesn't even let us. Okay. So I think that's our confirmation there. That's all we need to know. Is we'll be here eventually, but now's not the time. So a little preview of what is to come, perhaps. And it'll just be a little bit brighter. Just be a little bit brighter whenever that does come to happen. And for that, I'm sure we will be thankful. And for that, I'm also sure we'll be thankful that there is, in fact, a fast travel location here, because we have to ride a boat back whenever we do end up here on a future occasion, then we're not going to be pleased about how far we need to go. I suppose Unvik is not that far from here. We could just ride over to Unvik, but even that's not necessarily a piece of cake. And yes, there is a nice, new, shiny boat over there, but who needs it? Not us. Not us, I say. Old Nessie will do just fine for us. Thank you very much. How long has she been named Old Nessie? For the past 10 seconds. Thank you for asking. But actually, she's been named Old Nessie all along. You just never asked, so I never told you. But her name has always been that. And we actually do kind of need to turn her around here, which is easier said than done in this tiny little area. Also, I may or may not have turned in the wrong direction. Let's not try to do a bazillion point turn in this narrow little area here. Let's instead just sail straight on through here, and then we'll do a little loop-de-loop. We'll curve around the edge of one of these islands here and go around that way. That just feels like it's safer when we have not a huge amount of space in which to pull off that turn. There's another boat that we see off in the distance that is absolutely beyond the edge of the world. And we saw one of those earlier. We were asking ourselves, can we make it over there? I doubt it. Ooh, there's actually, surprisingly, a monster over there. It does look like a siren. Okay. Did we actually mark the spot on our map? The place we're going for? I always forget. Because oftentimes we'll look at it, we'll go, I think this is the place we want to go. Maybe we'll navigate a little bit further before we absolutely lock it in, and then I don't remember if we actually did so or not. We did. Okay. And it's more or less straight south from here. In fact, I think it is this little island that we're seeing that almost looks attached to Unvik from here. And we did see it a bit on our way to this island that we were just on. And I think we're saying to ourselves, prospects are not terribly high. It looks like a place that you're not really supposed to go, based on the steepness of the inclines. Kind of sends the signal of, hey, don't bother going here. But you never really know. Yeah, this is interesting. We see as we get closer to Unvik, maybe this is a coincidence, but the waves do get rockier. Because I would have thought that we would have still been in the greater Unvik area for both of those islands. That siren really startled me for some reason. Okay, there are now enemies approaching us. Sort of. Yeah, they are. Sirens swimming around. Yay. Well, apparently we're in the water now. Not necessarily what I wanted to do, but at this point we might as well pick a fight. I think. Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe we're not picking a fight after all. I would like to sail at least a little bit closer. This is still a little bit far. Have to swim all the way. Come on. Come on, old Nessie. And I think this is the angle from which we need to try to go on to make a landing, but I mean, look at this. Like, is there any feasible way for us to climb this? Quite possibly not. That is a quick siren, and as soon as we leave our boat, it decides, we're gonna hang out over there. I don't think they'll attack our boat if we leave it alone like that. I think they only make a point of attacking it when we're there. Okay, so is this even possible? Maybe, maybe not. That won't stop us from trying. And you guys are making fun of me when we were doing the platformer stuffs a while back on Skellig, but tell you what, you were probably telling yourself this was gonna be not possible, and yet we did do it. We just made it up here. I mean, there isn't anything over here. We can now say with a fair bit of confidence, but I see you. You had your doubts. Just had to prove you wrong. Every once in a while. Okay. So back we'll go. And is that one of... Are those the islands we were just on, or is that separate? We'll have to take another look at the map. Let's hop on. And now, take a look. So we've done this and this. Okay, yeah, so those are definitely the ones we were just seeing before. There's this tiny little island here. I think we probably on this occasion... Let's actually... I mean, if we're gonna have a quest active, it might as well be the treasure hunts for the bear school gear. Is it this one that's in this area, or is it a different one? Because I thought there was at least one in this area. Yeah, there's here, and there's here. These are the ones that I'm thinking of. I'm pretty sure. Probably want to keep those active, but let's just check. There's, oops, one more of them. No, that's the last of them. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so let's just keep that one on. So then we'll pay particular mind to that whenever we find ourselves on one of those islands there, of course. But, we've been here. Which means we're headed more in this direction, which I think is basically right past where all those sirens were previously. Yeah. Doesn't thrill me. Does not thrill me. Especially as, you know, all of them pop up again. Try to make a little bit more of an indirect route and avoid some of them, but this siren over here is going to be tricky to elude altogether. And we should actually mark at least something. Let's mark... I mean, I want to take a look at this island, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be a whole bunch of nothing. Pretty sure it's this one here. Actually, I mean, it does look like it's possible to go onto it. Oh, but hello. Hello. You are already onto our boat. Geralt, please fight it. Geralt was just kind of chilling there. I'm like, Geralt, please get off. And pull out your sword. Also, where the heck did this siren go? It picks a fight with us and then it runs away. It ceases to exist. I do not appreciate this. If you want to fight, then stick around and fight. If you want to mess around... Oh, here it is. Here it is. You. Get out of here. That level... I saw it very quickly. It looked like it might have said even 21. And I don't love how close that is to our boat. That is going to be a little bit tricky to boat around that. And it did have a moment of time in which to gnaw away. Oh, goodness. There's another one right next to us. Geralt, get off and attack the thing. Is it sinking? Our boat is sinking. We lost the boat. Okay, confirmed. Yes, the sirens can, in fact, damage your boat. And yes, mission failed. It was the death of us, eventually. Or at least, old Nessie. Geralt also refuses to pull out his crossbow. So we may be doomed. Because that is the only way we can fight these guys. Like if we surface and go back down. No, he still does. Oh, well, we might have been hovering over something else instead. Geralt, please Attack this. Avenge old Nessie, Geralt. Avenge old Nessie. He refuses to do so. And we gotta surface, because we don't really have any other options. And now that means that we are suddenly in a tricky place where we do, in fact, need to get another boat. Now, fortunately, there is one over here. And I think that is probably the answer. But that's still a long way to swim. And we do need to swim it. So, I mean, it could have been worse. If you think about other times when we were saying, what happens if we sink our boat right about now? Yeah, Siren is probably going to nip at our heels for a little while now. Hello? 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 Are you just going to become our swimming buddy? Maybe, maybe not. Not. Maybe not. Geralt still refuses to use his crossbow. I'm highlighting it. Hovered over it. Rip old Nessie. It's a sad day. It's a very sad day. Yeah, so basically we just want to get on land as soon as we can to avoid having this siren do this every 30 seconds. Well, now we're getting the fight music, which maybe will spur Geralt. Oh, now there are 2 sirens, actually. Which means this is perhaps going to get more difficult. Now there are a bazillion sirens, in fact. So yes, this could suddenly become quite difficult. Fortunately, yeah, at least for a while there, they seem to not really care about trying to drag us down or deal damage to us, because if they just took turns one at a time dragging us down, they probably could actually make us suffocate here. But now we're close enough to land, and I'm thinking that's pretty unlikely here, even if they do suddenly start trying to do that, because at this point, I mean, I'm pretty sure we can't drown in 3-foot water. Okay. 1 siren down. Which one of you was it that took old Nessie? You will pay for that. You will pay for that. Rest assured. We will exact revenge. This is an Avengers level threat. Alright. I think that's the last of them. And this is, I'm pretty sure, the island on which we abandoned Roach. So, perhaps this was Roach's way of saying, well, you know what, Lids? Shouldn't have left me here. I could have taken you all the way. I'm a seahorse after all. I can swim underwater. You know, Roach, you may not be wrong. But I thought we were onto something special. I thought us and old Nessie, we were going to be the stuff of legends, folklore, myth, passed down from generation to generation. But alas, it wasn't so. It just wasn't meant to be. We'll have to find a way to etch our names in the history books some other way. Okay, but Roach is over here. We, in theory, should be able to... Well, she's chilling over there. Like, Geralt, what took you so long? What you been up to? What's the matter? Why you all wet? You know, may have taken a little dip in the water is all. No big deal, really.
Move it.
Okay, so we will now try to make it over to the other side of this island here and get to... Whoa, hello, Roach.
Run, Roach.
And make it over to the other boat. Because suddenly, that is quite relevant. Okay, maybe we won't take Roach. No, we did go this way on foot before. Perhaps for good reason. If we could just hop over this ledge here. Just, you know, like hop over this ledge here. You know, like hop over this ledge. There we go. Now we're talking. And we could resummon Roach at this point. But we could also just ride the momentum of sliding down these hills. Okay. So, I believe it is right over here-ish. On the side of this fast travel spot. We could even consider taking some fast travel spots at this point, or doing some other, well, it's basically the question of, now that we have failed in one regard, do we abandon all other efforts that we were making to not cheat our way through? Do we say harbor or fast travel to other places, expedite making it to some of the other islands or sub-islands? And we're not gonna sell our stuff. Also, okay, no, this is the side we need to be on. And usually we don't actually need to push ourselves out yet. I'm not touching anything right now. That's magic, is what that is. Okay. That doesn't happen in real life. We need to push out your boat. But we'll take it. Okay. So, minor setback, I suppose. But look at that. Suddenly, our boat isn't damaged. And yes, we can in fact confirm those sirens latching onto your boat and eating at the wood, well, does in fact damage your boat. And Geralt, despite pressing the button to stop sailing and start fighting, is a little bit sluggish to make that conversion. So if we can anticipate it, that is perhaps a useful thing to try to do so that we do not take additional damage. But at this point, let's see, I believe we were headed toward this area here, or this little island, which we were saying didn't really look like much. Well, we're heading over there. I mean, we could even go as far north as this question mark here. The problem is, once we start doing that, I mean, we're arguably in the Speakerog area. And I mean, that would totally defeat the purpose of doing Moonvik, right? So, I think we go for this question mark and then we go south from there. Let's check out what this one is. Now, like, that over there might even be Speakerog. Might be. Hard to tell just how big that island is from here. But we aren't that far from it. I wouldn't necessarily rule it out. I think this question mark was in the middle of the ocean, not at an island. That Wales? That's Wales. Okay. Yeah, man. And does this boat seem any faster than our previous boat? Was our previous boat going slowly because it was damaged? Not entirely sure. But let's now that we are on boat number 2, let's perhaps make an effort to keep this boat intact. And I suppose we did make it, what, like basically halfway across all the oceany areas with one boat. You know, we got most of at least the easternmost component, and then we went all the southern part, and then little bit up into even north-ish territory. We just went on the western side of Unvik, not the eastern side of Unvik, so maybe even slightly less than half? I don't know. Okay. Now, here are our friends. They are everywhere. Oh, that did not hit. Hello, Senor Drowned Dead. You are particularly far away. In fact, so far away that you're not even showing up on our map. There we go. Oh, there's another one. Over here. There we go. Alright, now let's pop up for a quick breath. And then we shall investigate. There's another? I thought I just saw the stuff for another Drowned Dead. Seeing the, you know, like the air bubble, or like the motion circly thing whenever you see an enemy. Yeah. Now we're seeing those actually are sirens. Okay. Grab all this stuff though. Ooh. High rarity Assassin's Gauntlets. We could even use those ourselves. So we have, for the most part, been using all of our Witcher gear. However, on occasion, we've swapped over to the occasional relic rarity stuff. If it... Okay, there is definitely, in fact, several enemies chasing after us now. Oh, that's not the direction which I was telling you to shoot. But there we go. Yeah. So... Oh, wait, what? It's not saying we're done yet. I missed one. Are there 4 here? Quite unusual. There are now additional enemies here. It does feel like these guys are spawning in. Because, they seemingly came from nowhere. I waited a bit before I decided to shoot that. I was half expecting you to manage to take us out there. We should probably surface. Okay, where is the one that we still need to loot? Because I do not see it. Not this. It's this. Okay. Let us nab this. Yeah, come on. Can we get it before we run out of breath? I'd like to believe we can. Okay. Now we're done here. Plenty of breath remaining. Don't worry about that. And yeah, this one we're arguably closer to Speaker Rock than we are to Unpick, interestingly enough. But I do think we still double back a bit. Is that... I'm pretty sure that's a whale. That little thing that looks like an island over there, I'm pretty sure it's actually a whale. Okay. So I feel like as soon as we actually get in the boat, the sirens are going to pop out of the water and start attacking the boat. It's a little frustrating. I wish they would just attack us when we're in the water, and then we can get rid of them, and then not have them respawn, ideally. But, Oh, this island actually has buildings on it, interestingly enough. But I think we do from here, we go south first. Speaker Moonvik. Yeah, it's pretty darn close. Actually, yeah, it might be a little bit closer to Speaker Rock. So, let us head back, though, more toward Moonvik. And we're going to see if we can find anything of interest in this island. I think it's going to be this one straight ahead of us, which does not look terribly promising, just based on the topography. We've certainly seen more topographically inviting islands than this in the past. Like, how do we even walk onto this thing? Good question. Very good question. One to which I do not know the answer. Okay. This does feel a little bit like there's, I'm fighting the waves a bit here. But I'm really not seeing a way onto this thing. Maybe if we looped around to the complete opposite side. But it could be worth starting to set our sights on a different island altogether. Because, even from this end, that's not looking like a place that we can actually go to. So let's check. In that case, what is next on the list is probably this one down here. Basically directly south. Then we'll keep going further east, and probably make our way to this spot where we're expecting to find some Bear School gear. I think it's this one. Could be quite close. And this is probably right around, or at least approaching the area where things are going to be worst, at their worst, for navigating these waters. Is that a shipwreck? Because that does look like a shipwreck. And where there's a shipwreck, there's usually loot. So let's check it out. Surprised a bit, because there's no question mark here. That might mean that we are in for a pleasant surprise of sorts. Don't get our hopes up just yet. But, I mean, this is certainly a boat. And this is pretty flat land. Now, there's a non-zero chance that we've already been here. How close is this to Moonvik itself? It's a ways off. Like, we've almost certainly been to these little islands here. And then maybe even this one there. This one I don't know, it's borderline. It's close-ish to Unvik Prime. But this reminds me of a place where we might have seen something that started a quest previously.
Slow now.
This
Whoa.
looks... That looks like a place where we are supposed to go.
Move it.
No, we talked... Okay, like now I don't really want to be on Roach anymore because we accidentally hopped off that ledge. But we talked about how some islands look inviting, others don't. This area looks like there's an actual path. Or not here. Fine, just swim over to this area where it's flat. If you insist. We can do it that way. And then maybe even re-summon Roach? If she'll bother, given how close she is at this point, she might say, come on, Geralt, stop being lazy. She may have just gone through the water. She is underwater. She's currently underwater. Hey, what's up, Roach? How's it going? Yeah, maybe we don't do that. Maybe we don't do that. Maybe we don't tempt fate like that. Probably not the best idea, especially if we haven't saved directly before doing it. It's kind of just asking for trouble. But yeah, this looks like a path, is what I'm getting at. Which suggests that there will be something at the end of said path. The question then would just be, have we already explored it and taken whatever it was that was once here? Because it feels like this wreckage here would have something. But obviously we're not seeing anything at the moment. Alright. I suppose we'll carry on in that case. Now Roach will cooperate. Okay.
Hey, yeah.
So in that case, looked like there would be something here, but came up empty. Now we're just looking for where our boat is. The answer is in this direction. Okay. Still definitely nothing under this. No? In there? Don't think so. Let's not spend the rest of eternity being stuck in there. So I think in that case we are heading back. And there is, thought, one more of these islands that is in the direct vicinity, that is also very close to Unvik, that it was borderline as to whether we may or may not have already explored it. Let's check. Yeah, like, I mean, there's this, and I was probably thinking of this one here, but, like, we gone to that one? Maybe, maybe not. That almost looks like it's just gonna be a rock more than an actual island. Which is perhaps the case, because I'm pretty sure we're looking at it right now. It's this one that is basically straight ahead here. And there's that little area in the middle where you could potentially try to actually walk around. And there is this area down here where, yeah, we did find a bunch of shipwrecks. But we were definitely exploring around there when we were on Unvik itself. I know we did there, because we fell down, and there was a bit of stuff there. There's even a quest, I think. Treasure hunt. Yeah, now it's actually saying we're on Unvik. So there you have it. We are close enough. This is technically kind of sort of Unvik. Yeah, I think. Not so surprising that on that tiny little area, nothing. So check that one off the list. And now, next is probably this one here. Might be a little bit more likely, because it does look a bit bigger than one that we're just checking right now, but still, I think probably relatively unlikely. I think until we start getting to the bigger ones, where we know they're going to be the bear school things, that's probably where we're going to start to see a lot more. Or, I mean, maybe not a lot more. That's a strong way of describing it, but a bit more of the additional loops and whatnot. I think it's going to be this. And what will we find here? If anything, because this also looks pretty uninviting. How do we get up here? I think from here? This looks possible, though unlikely to have anything interesting. Because this is not really giving off the "you are supposed to explore this area" vibe. And, well, Tony Hawk says, "Be gone." Perhaps we listen to Tony Hawk on this occasion. Yeah, that actually hurt a reasonable amount. So maybe we'll just nab a bit of food and make our way back to the boat. Talk about taking on water. I mean, we were saying a while back when we had old NESSY that it looked on a few occasions as if the waves would just come over the sides of the boat and she'd be sinking in no time. This boat is perfectly fine from a damage standpoint, but the wave was big enough that it looked like it would have still come crashing over the side there. Let's see. So now, do we go to this harbor? I think we have been out here. I think when we check out this guarded treasure, we almost certainly saw this little section here. This one may be a little less likely. I think next on our list is probably this big one here. And then we'll go south and check out this one. And we'll see what, if anything, might be on these littler ones. Let's see, so is it this right here? Quite close. Is this one that we were just on? This feels so close. Or are we just so used to being out in the middle of nowhere where everything was extremely far away, and now that we're on Unvik and everything is a bunch of reefs and whatnot, it is very close by. Seems like the latter. And tell you what, I'm surprised by how simple and straightforward, at least at this point, it's been. Because hasn't really been much to complicate matters. It was really just, if you're looking at the map, it was this section over here, more than anything, where we ran into a bunch of sirens that ultimately took down old NESSY. But once we got here, where I thought things were going to be worse, not much of anything. I mean, it may be that it's really just specifically the path from Kertrolda to Unvik that is worse. So, like, once you start going here and here, then it's bad. But, I mean, by the time you're over here, it's open enough water that I have to think you're just about fine. So, I don't know. I don't know if I buy the hype so much. I think it's mostly just us doing stupid things that got our boat to sink, rather than actually difficult navigation. And we took some silly damage early on in our journey, before we were fully committed, I think, to trying the whole do this whole journey with one boat thing. And then there was the sirens were definitely, I think, ultimately the thing that dealt the most damage, between running them over, and we weren't sure if that was going to deal damage to us, and the actual sirens latching onto the boat, which we also weren't sure if that was going to deal damage to us, but we did ultimately find that it did. So, I know this island is big, but didn't really see anything there. There's a chance there's something on this other side that we didn't really check. over there, but I mean, that also doesn't really look like it's going to have much. I mean, we could summon Roach, make it a little bit quicker, assuming she doesn't run away from us. But I don't know. I don't know about this. She's not going to be able to climb this. Maybe?
That's it, Roach.
That's it, Roach. Maybe you can. Come on. 90-degree angle.
Whoa.
90-degree angle. You can do it. You
Go,
can.
go.
You can maybe kind of, sort of, not really. Oh, there we
That's
go.
it, Roach.
Every once in a while, she's like, hold on. Hold on. Let me at it. You can actually jump off of her. That pushes her further up. Somewhere, someone has done that. To climb 90-degree angle slopes. Okay, but even on this side, I mean, I suppose there's a little bit more room here, so there's a chance there's something that we might find interesting. Second there, I thought we might have had something glowing yellow at the bottom of our screen, but no, I made that up. No such luck. Part of me is tempted to try to slide down that and just go straight into the water. But, let's perhaps take the safe route, just in case, or safer route, where we can just slide here and head on back to the boat. Yeah, and I think at that point, or at this point, it means we're getting to the islands, or at least getting quite close to the islands, yeah, where we're gonna know that we have at least something in the Witcher School gear. So we'll take a quick look at these little ones on the way over, but I'm thinking they might even be just a simple sail past it, give it a quick look and go, I don't know about that. Maybe, maybe not. And then go for the big ones. Okay. Let us sail away. Yeah, it's like, it's these ones here. These little rocks are the little ones that we were saying, not really expecting to see much of. There's some shipwrecks here. So tell you what, this probably is worth investigating. It probably is. Because I'm pretty certain we've not looked at this one. Let's not get so close that we're putting ourselves at risk here, but just kind of go parallel to it, and looks like there's stuff hanging out for, oh, well, it's just the snow deciding to appear and then not appear, and then now the planks come in. Okay, but is there actually anything on this boat? Can we actually jump in this boat? Don't seem to want to let me do that. So is it mostly just for ambiance, just to set the tone of, like, beware? No, there's stuff here. There's definitely stuff here. Okay. Several pieces of loot. I missed that. Rune stones and string. Raider rune stone. Some stuff in here as well. Over in this one, I thought, yeah. Yeah, and not anything huge there. Well, the greater runestone's not bad, I suppose. But, just the sheer quantity perhaps made this little island better than many of the other islands that we explored. So, yes, probably a good thing that we did ultimately decide to give this a look. I'm not really sure we're going to be able to make it up to the other side there, but take a quick look. Is there anything hiding in here? No. That would have been pretty devious to throw something in there. Though, then again, there was that really devious crate on that island that we went to a little while back. It was stuck in a shipwreck, but it was squeezed in between a tiny little area that we weren't actually able to go into. That was me. So after you did that, you can't really rule anything out, I suppose. I want to take a quick look at the other side of this boat. Is there anything else we might expect to find? Yeah, not really. That doesn't look like there's going to be anything over there. So now we'll head over to the place where we are expecting to get one of the two remaining Fair School gear pieces. Okay. So let's just give ourselves a little bit of space here. And I believe it's this one, it's just, this is a slightly bigger island, so there is some question as to where on it we'll want to make a landing, but watch out for the sandbar here. Suppose this will do. Yeah, and I think now we're more in the direct line between Unvik and Ardskellig, or at least the pathway that most people probably take to go between those two islands. And so I think this is probably where, wouldn't be surprised to see, like we saw on that previous island, more loot, potentially more sirens, and just generally more things to know. Okay, no, this is actually sort of a separate island. Kinda. These little icicles to bridge the gap. Don't step in the water. It's lava. Just don't think about it too much. Okay. So I believe it is on this island here. Seems to be on the other end of this island. Let's summon Roach. With all this shipwreck stuff. Wouldn't necessarily rule out finding something here. The Witcher senses are on and nothing is glowing. Roach? Hello? No? Not today? Not feeling it? Sure about that? Are you sure about that? Alright, if you insist. If you insist, let's just confirm. I'm pretty sure it's this island? Yeah, it is. Okay. Let's throw our custom marker there as well, in case the quest marker wasn't enough already. We just drop down here? We may. Or do we roll up these crazy 90-degree angles because we can? Which I say, why not? Wouldn't you too? Okay. So it's over here. Lower down, and we're seeing signs of enemies. What are those? Those fog hags? Are those foglets? Not entirely sure. Cannot tell. Let's have 80. Level 26 foglet. That's actually... Foglets are pretty tough. 26 for a foglet is, that's no joke. They hit pretty hard. At any level. And I would preferably like to fight you when we have Gwen on. So, like, if you could, you know, actually get over here, that'd be great. Because I think this is going to end up being at least a 2-on-1, if not more than that. Hello? Foglets. Okay. They have now taken note of us. Okay, got at least one of them pretty well damaged here. But I think they're going to hit us hard. So I'm a little bit concerned about that. This is the one that's almost dead. But he disappeared again on us. Okay, Quen is just barely on in time. Okay, I see you're right next to us. Oh, well, you still broke our Quen? That's unfortunate. Okay, you are down. Second one. He's right on top of us, right about now. Was. Hello. Oh, still. Dodging in the wrong direction. Okay, the damage wasn't too bad there, but I do think their damage is considerably higher if they hit you immediately after uncloaking. They might get an auto crit or something like that, or just, you know, damage bonus of some variety. Poke your fake foglet. Hello. Well, I did roll in an attempt to not. Are you serious, dude? Okay. Big foglets down. Thought there might have been one more on the other side of it, but Are we seeing the signs of enemies here? Oh! Oh, this is actually... might be a cave of some sort. Underwater cave system. Before we do that, then, let's take a quick look over here. See if there's anything else on this island, because it is actually a pretty big island. If we are about to go into this totally different area through that cave system, then it is probably worth just checking off everything else around here first. I don't think we checked these boats over here. And Roach, if you wanted to return, that would be very convenient. Thank you. Thank you, Roach.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it is just easier to take a quick scout around here when we've got you on hand. Not seeing anything lighten up, though. Witcher senses are active. So this is looking
Run, Roach.
pretty empty. Nothing down there. Okay. Let's try the very end of this peninsula. If we can. I think you can make it up that, Roach. I think you can make it up that just fine. Come on. Have at thee. Alright. Well, doesn't appear to be much of anything. Confirm. So let's head over here in what does look to be some kind of cave entrance. Now, will it be a huge complex? Will it just be a simple poke your head in, there's the chest, you're done? We're about to find out. We may have already done all the fighting that we needed to do. Let's actually, I mean, we'll look at the little symbol that says, ooh, let him look around. If Garrett will pop up here, which he doesn't really want to do.
Might want to look around some.
Like I said. Okay. And it does, of course, say that it is, in fact, in here, as we might have expected. I don't really need to be underwater here. It does not appear. Yeah, it is a little bit of a cave system, but not much here. Just two chests. One of them has a ladle. Okay, I think we're done here. I think we're done here. Can we break our way through? Like, part of this? We can! Oh, that's pretty sweet. But I suppose we'll check that to see if there happens to be... Oh, look at that! Some trousers. Can we actually break that stuff as well? I mean, like, I was actually trying to break that? Yeah. We can't do signs when we're actually swimming. But we got it. Okay, so that's one of the two pieces in this general area. There's another island not too far away that has the last of the bear school gear, at least of all the pieces we know about at the moment.
There.
So we're just going to try to make our way back over to our boat now.
Faster.
If we can. I'm pretty sure it's on the other side here. Maybe worth double checking that real quick? Sort of. Might as well mark it. Yeah, I think so. We'll go there. We've explored basically all these southernmost islands. There's this tiny little one here. But I'm thinking then we're basically looking at these question marks out here. The ones that are sort of close to Undvik, but in these cases also not far from Ardskellig. Maybe even potentially all the way down here. This is the place where we were saying we might need to basically do a bit of a full rotation around Undvik and then still double back a little bit. We actually do want to go down if Roach will cooperate. Roach, can you run through this boulder? Can you choose this moment in time to phase through something? No? Not exactly? We would preferably not get stuck here for the rest of our lives. Can I resummon Roach? Or is she truly stuck and we will never see her again? Yeah, probably. Something like that. Yeah, so we were checking that earlier and did not see anything in this location, although with all these shipwrecks, you would have thought there'd be a little bit more here. I mean, we did find a fair bit on the previous island we were looking at, whereas the big thing was, of course, the Witcher School here. So maybe that's all. There is the boat. But if we can get Roach back now, that'd be lovely. However, at least at the moment, we cannot. I think we did check this part specifically, because we were eyeing all the shipwrecks. Maybe now? Nope. Maybe not. Alright, not too far away now, though. It's just this little crossing here. Did you remember? Do you remember the rules? Oh, this one's gonna be tough. Yeah, we did it. We're safe. We did not burn to ashes. I knew you were concerned. But don't worry, I got you covered. I knew what we had to do. I was prepared. I've practiced for 37 years of professional hopscotching. And, made it to semi-pro, actually. But then, got stuck in the minor leagues for another 8 years. And, wasn't until recently that I was actually able to break into the big leagues. But I was ready. I was ready. Okay. Here we are. And I'm thinking now that we actually... We save... Maybe we go... Just trying to think of the order of operations between going down here to go back to get these ones and then coming back up to finish the rest of these ones up here. Because we could deliberately save some question marks for our way back up. We could even just go straight to this question mark and then go up. Or basically like this, then loop here, loop back up, and then hit all these on our way up. Actually, noticed the smuggler's cache, but didn't do anything with it. That's interesting. I mean, if we were willing to cheat and use the harbors, which is totally cheating, then we could deliberately like take one of these harbors, take these, and then harbor to this one, and then go to these guys. But that's taking too many shortcuts, man. That's not fair. That's not legit enough for what we're trying to do here. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? We're not here to take shortcuts. We are professional sailors. The best in the business. Speaking of which, those sirens, they could make matters a little bit complicated here. Oh, this is the question mark, okay. That's probably why. It is, in fact, another smuggler's cache. Let's try to get as much distance between us and the boat as we can, so that if we do start taking out some sirens, they're not going to be directly on top of our boat. There's one behind us again. Oh, quick. Quick. Okay, let's, if we can, pop back up real quick for some air, because we are about to get swarmed. We are being swarmed as we speak. We have been swarmed. Nothing if not predictable, these super sirens. Where are you? There's theoretically one directly on top of us. That's because it is above us. Can we fast enough, Carol? Oh, there's another one here. There is. We do need to pop up for some breath in the not-so-distant future, so perhaps we do that now. And now that the breath is back, we shoot some more super sirens in the face. You just flew over us, or swam over us. That doesn't really happen ever. You can't tell me that that one didn't just randomly spawn in its siren T-pose behind us. And that that one didn't just magically appear there as well, because it showed up in the middle of our map. That was too close for it to be on the edge of our frame of reference. Okay, there is still one, at least, flying overhead, though. Over there. But that one's far enough away that it may not be much of a bother. So let's nab this stuff. Decent ingots there. Okay, now it's starting to get closer and could start to become a nuisance. Or it's this one, actually. May or may not be the same one. That's too far away for us to shoot it, though. And are we gonna have enough time to get this? I think so. Ooh, those are good boots. I think they are medium weight, which is less than ideal. They do have the rare offensive attributes on them, which I think is even harder to get on boots than it is on... I think gloves are the easiest of all the armors. Followed by maybe boots, and then chest plates. The only ones we've seen for that have been the cat school gear, or maybe other British school gears as well. Okay, so that was one of these question marks here. And then I'm thinking, well, did we try this island? I honestly don't remember. I think we did. I don't think we've tried these ones here. I think we can probably go for this question mark and then work our way down, and then on our way back up, hit this one, and on our way to this one, we'll see this little chain of islands here. I think that's what we go for. I think that's the plan. That is the wrong end of the boat. This is the right end of the boat. Also, we picked up a reasonable amount of stuff there. What are we looking at from a weight standpoint? Still not at the 700 mark. Not yet. Disappointing. I know. Will we make it to 1,000? I don't know. At this point, I'm getting a little bit concerned that we might not reach that threshold. I think it is going to be very close. So it's, in many ways, I think, going to come down to when it comes to us getting this loot from all this stuff. Whoa, the bonus cash came up a lot quicker than I thought it was going to. When it comes to us getting this loot here, are we going to get chest plates? Or are we going to get crafting materials? Because those are the two extremes. Crafting materials don't have any weight, whereas chest plates have a ton. There aren't any enemies here? Any at all? That's odd. Has happened on occasion, but it's quite unusual. I mean, I guess we'll take it. A little surprised is all. I suppose we did in some ways pay for it a bit in the previous spot where there were a ton of sirens, maybe twice as many as we normally see. And this one doesn't have any enemies and has only 2 of these containers, so maybe that's why? I don't know. Ooh. That sword looks kind of intriguing. It was like blood sword or something? It was relic rarity. It is here, and it is quite bad. Level 21, which is actually not that low, but just the damage is considerably lower than we'd like it to be, and we like the adversary quite a bit. It just fits well with what we're trying to do. And it's level 25, which is solid for a level 26 character, I'd say. So we'll take that. And we'll continue our way southward once more. And I think, in many ways, we've done the most difficult part. We've gotten through what I expect to be the most difficult area around Undvik. I think at this point, we could still run into a lot of sirens as we start to get further north to these sections with all the question marks up here. So they could cause some issues just from sheer numbers alone. I think we actually go with this one that's further south, and we'll hit this one on our way back up, although we might end up hitting it on our way over anyway, just because it's going to be pretty close to directly in our path. I'm just trying not to have it such that we have this really long time in between any of the question marks, and want to try to space them out to the extent that we can. We're kind of having one chaining the other ones, the next one chaining that to the next one, rather than doing them all in a line such that, you know, we have to double back across everything and have this huge gap in which we have none. But that does mean that, especially if we are going to skip the one that is kinda sorta along the path here, that this will be our longest trip in between question marks, at least for a while. I mean, we were spoiled a little bit there when we were in Undvik, because just about all of them were practically right next to each other. You could see them from where the previous one was. Yeah, this is interesting. Water's getting rougher here, of all places. This is certainly much further away from Undvik. And I don't even know what you'd call this at this point. I mean, it's just off of Ardskellig as much as anything. And, I mean, we're not going to get far enough south or east for it to really be entering Pharaoh territory. But, yes, just Ardskellig-ish, but for the most part, just way off the coast. Okay. And let's take a quick look here. How we doing? We are basically passing what would be the other one that would be along the path now. So it is, in theory, to our left right now. We can't really see it. So, yeah, I think in the interest of not having twice as much distance to cover in between question marks, we'll double back on our way back north for that one. And we'll head straight to this next one now. Yeah, this is strange that, I mean, there's basically nothing here, but the waters are worse here than seemingly anywhere else. Even around Undvik, where everyone was warning us, oh, be careful, Geralt. You're going to wreck your ship on the reefs. He says as he looks away to grab a glass of water, fearing that he's going to glance back over at the screen and see his ship wrecked completely. Okay, well, we're coming up on it now. I don't see it yet, despite it being on our mini-map. Okay, now I can kind of see it. So let's hop off now. And yep, as one might have expected, we are now going to get a bit of a welcoming party here. They're actually kind of further away in this area than we might have expected, though they are seemingly catching up to us. They know we're here. And I do believe they are sirens. A little trickier to shake than the drowned dead. Yep. They're making noises. Certainly doing that much. Can we loot this? Can we get greedy now? Try. We'll surface in time. That much is convenient. Would kind of like to get rid of the siren altogether if we can. Yeah, now it takes note of us. So presumably it's, yeah, gonna dive underwater like this. And so we shall shoot it in the face, and there's one that's above us. It is now no longer above us. And we got it just in the nick of time, except there is now another one that has magically appeared right next to us. Take that one out, and surface, and I was gonna say that was gonna be all of them, until one appeared directly overhead once more. Hello? Oh, simultaneous hits. Stars was a little more significant, you know what I mean? Okay. So, I would like to believe that's the last of the sirens. And I don't think we need to go any further south. So we're actually just going to turn this thing around now and shouldn't be at any risk of crashing into those sirens. I believe, if I remember correctly. Take a quick look. Oh no, we still have this one. I forgot about this one. Yeah. I suppose you could still say this is sort of off of Undvik here. Once you start going to this one, then this is much more in Ardskellig territory. Okay. That means let's just skirt around these guys a little bit. Nope, no more sirens, por favor. I mean, that one's far enough away, not really in the direction we need to go, that we could probably avoid it, but this one, maybe less so. Might have done enough to speed away from it, because it appears to have disappeared off of our mini-map at the very least. But we saw what the sirens did to old Nessie. I'd rather not repeat that here. Especially not now, when this is probably the most remote we're ever going to... Well... Would this be the most remote we're ever going to be at this stage? Because it is... I don't know if it's that far away from Ard-Skellig. In fact, that might be Ard-Skellig that we're seeing on the left there. I mean, that would still be quite a ways to swim if our boat were to go down. So I'd rather not have it come to that. But it's at least in sight at this point. So that's saying something. And we should be coming up on this one in the not-so-distant future, I'd like to believe. But I can't see it yet, either on the minimap or directly in front of us. But that should change soon, yeah. In fact, seeing these sirens is probably an indication that we are about to run into it. Yeah, it is, okay. I think we deliberately stay a little bit away from here in effort to not have these 8 sirens attack our boat. Rather, they try to attack us. There's, yes, another siren that is closer to us. I'd like if you could, like, hit one of these sirens, actually, Carol. That would be helpful. Thank you. Here's another one. Let's surface for some air. And try to go a little bit further away from our boat before we start attracting all their attention, which we could have done a little bit of a better job of the previous round, but there's still many more. Okay, let's maybe dive on. Now we'll dive under. Okay, please stay down. Carol really doesn't want to go down. Okay, maybe I over-exaggerated there. He is pretty far down. Okay, let's dramatically shoot behind us. No scoping everybody. Is that siren trying to fight us? Maybe? Yes. Okay. Wouldn't rule out there being more. But we'll take this stuff for now. And there's more of the chests over here. I think it might just be these two. I think it might just be these two. Yeah, man. Okay. Don't think I saw much that was all that noteworthy there. Mostly just adding to the stockpile at this point, right? And out of curiosity, whoa, okay, our numbers did go up a bunch there. Maybe it's been a little while since we last checked, but we're nearly at 750 now, which does, I think, make our prospects that much better for us reaching the 1,000 marker before we're done with all this. Does make me much more optimistic. Would be more optimistic if Geralt would successfully climb into the boat. There we go. Okay, so now this was the one that was the furthest south in this set. So now we'll head back up to this one here, and we'll go up along more of the coast of Ard-Skellig, at least for a bit here. Hit these ones next, and then as we make our way toward this one, then we'll check out these little islands here. So one step at a time. This probably will be the longest trip in between question marks, but it could have been a lot worse. Could have been twice as long, or close to it, if we had decided to go a little bit of a sidestep to do this one on our way over. So that's largely the reason why I figured it'd make sense to save this one a little bit more for this occasion, so that we'd have a little bit to look forward to on our way back, and not have to wait all the way until we're way back into northern Undvik. So, once upon a time, there was a haunted boat haunted shell, if you will, that was so old and so heavy that it seemed nearly impossible for this thing to be seaworthy. And yet, a series of 8 people took this boat out onto the sea and threw it into the water, and they strapped in their oars, and by goodness, when they did so, and they tried with all their might to pull those oars, to move that boat but an inch, what did it do? Why, it tilted 70 degrees to the side, launching one half of the crew into the water, while the other half clung onto their oars, clung onto the side of the boat, trying to find a way not to meet the same fate as their brethren. And then the coxswain was like, "Yeah, we don't care. Feed them to the fish." Okay, I am kind of curious now, because we can see the big tower off slightly to the left of our sail right now, where it's Unvik. Oh, yep. I was going to say, how close are we getting? The answer is, we are here. Please stop doing that, Siren. Okay, hop into the water, Geralt. Hop into the water. Geralt, hop into the water. Do not fight them on the boat. I do not want to fight them on the boat. Thank you. Okay, so we'll see if we actually took any damage on the boat for doing that, because that is the situation that I was trying to avoid previously, of course. That is kind of what we got for making it a little bit closer to the smuggler's cache than we might have realized. Yeah, because like when it's right next to our boat like this, and we are certainly at much greater risk of accidentally running it over and taking more damage in the process. And we're also not very far away from the planks and barrels of the actual smuggler's cache, which does mean we might need to back up in order to not run over this stuff. And in doing so, we are at greater risk of then backing up into the Siren. So just all the more reason for us to keep our distance a little bit more than that and plan more in advance. Hindersfjall heavy something. We're not in Hindersfjall anymore. Oh, okay, there is still one more. This is closer to Unvik, not Hindersfjall. What are you talking about? But it was heavy, or at least said it was heavy, which in its own way does excite me because, well, mastercrafted saddle. Have we seen those before? That sounds like that should be the best, but it may not be. May have already seen those. Those are also pretty heavy. I think we'll find we picked up a lot of weight from this one. But yeah, I'm not liking the looks of things when it comes to where all these sirens are relative to our boat. This is going to be a bit of a minefield here. We'll have to see if we did actually take any damage from one of those sirens momentarily latching onto the side. See anything lighting up? No. But this is going to be very difficult. Oh, well, there are more sirens. And they are going to do exactly the thing that I was saying we didn't want them to do. Which is perhaps not terribly surprising. You know, perhapsly. There was one more, I'm pretty sure. He's probably going to start showing up as soon as we actually, you know, take the helm. Because that's what they like to do. And we still want to try to steer around these things a bit. Okay. I think we're in the clear now. Let us, I think, save, just because it's been a while since we last did that. And let us mark our next question mark, which is, I think we'll do this one here. Yeah, at this point, that's basically hard skellig. We're at 776. Had to fight the urge not to say 1776, which, those of you who are not from the U.S., that is a significant year in U.S. history. But, I suppose technically not U.S. at that point in time. But, you know what I mean. If you don't, look it up. You'll get it. Okay, let's just say there's a reason why there's a basketball team named the Philadelphia 76ers. Yeah, the Philadelphia 76ers. I don't know if you've ever heard of them. They're quite a prestigious team. They've won many championships before. They're actually the best team in the National Basketball Association. Now, silly as the name might sound, 76er, that is in fact the name of a professional basketball team from the city of Philadelphia, and for perhaps good reason. Once you know the history of it, and we are now technically in Ard-Skellig, kinda, sorta. Here you can see the lighthouse that we fought. What I think, perhaps to this day, is still my favorite boss that we've ever fought. Okay, now we're getting close to this, whatever it's going to end up being. So let us deliberately abandon ship now. And I thought I might have started to see... Yeah. Well, Smuggler's Cache triggers as soon as we get out, but I thought I saw a siren flying overhead, but maybe I made that up. Is that an herb at the bottom of the ocean there? Or is that a chest? Because either way, that's going to be awfully difficult to take. Although I suppose we're actually not that far off the shore. So it's not that deep here. Yeah, that is at the bottom of the ocean, but that's not saying too much. That's actually kind of doable. I mean, we won't, because, you know, it's like still a pretty pointless little fern. I think we actually got some decent stuff there as well, including some heavy armors. So we're building up the inventory. We're getting closer. Let's take a look at what number exactly we've reached once we get back to the boat. I'm thinking... I think we're going to be just shy of 800. Just shy of 800 now. That's my guess. What do you think? Let's take a look. Just shy of 800. What did I say? What did I say? Okay, and it's actually, as a steel sword, does have higher base damage, but I think we have seen that on several occasions. It's just that we've seen so few things that come anywhere near the amount of critical hit damage bonus from Kjalmar's steel sword that it's hard to justify it. So, yeah, not really seeing anything that changes my mind much there. But I think this was the big thing that increased our weight significantly. Well, just 5. This one, though, Mahakam Heavy Armor, 15. And then some. Yeah, that'll definitely do the trick. Okay, so let us mark the next spot, though. And we are actually... I think we're getting at least a non-zero amount of experience from all this. Was wondering how much it was going to end up being when all was said and done, going through all the various smugglers' caches and whatnot out here. But I think it's just that eventually the sirens do start to add up, even if they're probably 1 experience per siren. They may be a little bit more than that. Okay, well, there are several over here. I would prefer not to have to fight while we're in the boat. Let's see, is this going... This might be the thing we're looking for? Yeah, it must be. Okay, get out. Get out. Hop off. Hop off. In time? Yes, in time. Okay. Just in time. Wow. Yeah, this is what I mean. Like, there are enough of these that, even if they're 1 experience apiece, at least, like, nope, 8-ish experience, collectively, which is saying something. And some of these are high enough level that we might be getting a little bit more than 1 experience, but it's actually, I think, pretty rare for us to get much more than that for random enemies that we encounter. Random enemies are worth quite little when it comes to experience. Are you quick enough, Carol? Yes, you are. The 90-degree crossbow shot. Okay, there are a bunch of them right next to us now. Yeah, that one's above us, actually. Waiting for some of you guys to pop down, so maybe we take this opportunity to get a quick breath. And then if you aren't gonna pester us, then we'll loot some of this stuff. Oh, there you are. Yeah, that's your T-pose. I think that one did spawn in behind us. there might just be like a threshold. Like, if Geralt has not defeated X number of sirens in this area before finishing looting everything, then there, after 20 seconds, will be a new siren spawning in. Or something like that. Is this the one we got? This is the one we got. There's another one here. It's the one we have not yet taken. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. You can do it, Geralt. I think there was one potentially heavy chest plate there. So I think that alone should certainly be enough to bring us over the 800 weight threshold. Okay, now where is our boat? Is my next question. Over here. Okay. A little concerned. I was like, there? No. There? No. 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 This is interesting, though, actually. From here, we can see this is Ardskellig. There's a siren that's probably going to pick a fight with us any moment now, and that's Unvik. So when you look at it from this angle, they don't seem that far apart. I mean, we're kind of in a convenient, equidistant location right now, but still remains the case. I mean, you can take a look here, but yeah. We are definitely closer to Ardskellig than we are Unvik. And there's I was going to say there's a chance that the things we were seeing on the Unvik side were actually smaller islands and not Unvik itself, but that's definitely Unvik. And no, Geralt, I did not ask you to do that. Because, yeah, and even that tower there is certainly Unvik as well. Okay, so let's mark the next spot. And the next spot, I think now... Okay, could either be here, this smuggler's cache that we've already spotted, or it could be this question mark here. I'm thinking, if we're trying to get a natural flow to the order in which we do things, what do we want to do? Like, sort of a loop? Where we go here, then maybe down here, and then loop up into the Speakerog-ish area, and then down into Ardskellig, so it's a bit of basically a loop around this little island here, where we start at this corner and then go clockwise to all these question marks and then down into the bay. I think that's what we go for, and then I said all that and then proceeded to not put any markers. Silly lids. That does still mean this one first. Which does mean that we're looking to dodge more of these sirens. Both the ones that we've already taken out and probably the ones that we've also avoided thus far, but yeah, we're gonna find ourselves running into more of them already, I'm afraid. Potentially. But I just wish that when you came by like this, you made up your mind. You want to fight us? Fight us. If you don't want to fight us, go away. Don't pester us and then go away afterward and make us uncertain as to whether we actually need to prepare for a siren fight or not. You know, don't just, like, hang out on the outer edge of our mini-map, making it unclear as to whether we'll actually run into you or not. Okay, I swear I'm pressing the go faster button, but it really doesn't feel like we're going faster. Now, perhaps we're picking up a little bit more speed? I don't know. Okay. So, well, here are more sirens, and I suspect this is the spot we're looking for. Take a quick look. Oh, no, this is actually an old smuggler's cache. Interesting. Very interesting. So it does appear as though the sirens still will spawn / hang out next to a smuggler's cache that you've already finished. That means that we could potentially deliberately make a little bit of a loop around this one in effort to avoid some of those sirens, which is easier said than done, because of course they are not always terribly predictable in terms of where they go, and some of them were off to the side here. Like, yeah, there's at least one that's going to be pretty close to us. And we are going to go to that island that you're seeing to the left. It's not quite yet. That is ultimately going to be the place where I believe the last of the bear school gear is going to be. But we're trying to do this right here first. And these sirens are probably going to end up being ones that we will need to fight. Well, maybe not quite just yet. Just loop around a bit. I mean, we're actually going to be pointing in the wrong direction here. Not that that matters so much when we're in open water like this, but see if these sirens actually cause us any issues here. They might be far enough away that that isn't a problem. Well, there are more of them, though. Do appear to be more of them. Prepared to make things a little more complicated. Rhea's Warrior's Armor. Relic Rarity. Like that could be decent. Should have enough breath unless this siren goes after us right now. Ooh. Relic Rarity, Nilfgaardian Gloves? Look like those were. Also, could be interesting, but there we go, done with that. And I don't think we're actually getting experience from looting this stuff directly, but hold on. I think we got 10 experience since I last checked, and that was not very long ago. We just fought a few sirens, so I think the sirens are giving us more than 1 experience apiece, which there are enough of them. That's actually, it does, yeah, certainly starts to add up. I mean, we weren't that close to leveling when we started this whole venture out into the 7 seas of Skellige, but at this point, I mean, we're not about to level up, but it's kind of close. A couple of good side quests would probably do the trick. Okay, let's mark. I think it's going to be, yeah, this island over here next. I think we go to this question mark. This is going to be one of the biggest of the random islands. Still not any bigger than some of the ones we were seeing to the southwest of Unvik. But this one certainly looks the most developed. It has a pathway, has several buildings, and it should have Last of the Bear School gear. So I think this one has the best prospects in terms of having other stuffs that we don't yet know about. So that's encouraging. Not entirely sure what to expect in that case. So are we gonna run into other notable things on the map, like guarded treasures or whatnot that we actually don't even know exist? Or is it just gonna be additional pieces of loot or additional enemies? I don't know. Also, what is the deal about it? Because there's clearly what appears to have been a fortress of some variety here, and yet we haven't heard anything about this island. I'm guessing there will be a fast travel location here at some point. There are people here. Are you pirates? You appear to want to fight us. You are, in fact, pirates. You are shooting arrows at us as we are swimming. How incredibly rude. Yes, we do, in fact, have a fast travel location right here. But you're not dead. You're not dead. You are now dead. And this dude needs to stop with that. And you. Hold on. Wait, you? I didn't even see you were there. Can I process this thing? Yes, we can. There are a bunch of these dudes trying to shoot arrows at us. Okay, I'd kind of like to say, Axie you. And just kind of like walk up. Ooh, what? Where'd the dog come from?
Damn, you're ugly.
What'd you say? Excuse me? What did you say to me? Want to say that again? Want to say that again? Huh, punk? Huh, punk? That's right. I didn't think so. I didn't think so. Want to say it again? Want to say it again? Yeah, I didn't think so. That's right. Okay, well, this is another way to increase the amount of weight that we are going to be carrying, but this could be a fair bit more walking around here than we did on other islands. I mean, it's not the biggest one, like we were saying before, but it does appear as though there is certainly more to see in this location than we saw in other spots, so I'm curious to read what the the marker says about this place. Is this some, like, known pirate hideout that other people just never mentioned to us? What does it say here? Herr Almholt, or was it like some fortress that used to be used but then got abandoned and now pirates have adopted it? Built centuries ago to serve as the home keep for the kings of Skellige. Really? In practice, however, each ruler preferred to keep to his clan seat, and Herr Almholt was left unused. Eventually, the decision was made to turn it into a prison, and today the fortress is a crumbling ruin. Huh. Very interesting. Went from being the place of royalty to a prison. But understandable how that might have come to pass. I mean, in many ways, I mean, sorry to people on other islands, but it does really seem like Caer Trolda is kind of like the hub and has the best like castle-like area. Certainly the largest. Okay, this is locked, which does make me suspicious of perhaps us being able to find a key later on. Is that just herbs, or is that actually something more significant? I think those are just some kind of moss, right? Yeah. It's just moss. Okay, so there is a pathway, which we will presumably want to follow, though we should probably try to do that with Roach. So let's summon her. Okay. Where'd you go? Right here, there you are. You're hiding behind this tree. We can't make it into the building just yet. But this is just a little one. There's a chance we might not be able to go in there at all, I suppose. But we'll definitely want to make our way over to the bigger one. It's up here. I suppose we'll just follow this path for now, and we'll deviate a little bit from the path to see if we run into anything else, because certainly could be little bits and pieces of loot. I'm guessing that most of the signs of commotion are going to be additional pirates, right? I'd like to just see if we're about to fall off this island. Be good to know.
Hey, yeah.
Come on, Roach.
Faster.
It doesn't look terribly promising. There are certainly some baddies over here that are now perhaps taking notice of us. We are somewhat stuck. What if? Aha! Headshot. Sort of. Can we auto-target against you guys? Oh, you wouldn't dare. You wouldn't dare try to do your fancy schmancy lightsaber tricks to deflect our crossbow bolt back at us. You wouldn't have the nerve. I'm actually surprised how much damage this is doing. I would have thought this would have dealt far less. Ow, we hit you in the face! Oh, you're shooting back at us. Okay, never mind. I suppose that was inevitably going to happen at some point. Roach, let's find a better spot here. Ah, you shot us in the butt! How rude. How unbearably rude. Roach, I believe we need to teach these people a lesson. Bring it on. Oh, why are you damaged? Did someone say shoot at you from on top of that hill? I was gonna say, where's your crossbow friend? Oh no, that's just the axe twirling dude. Now he's coming to save you. Just in time. Oh, you wanted to play too? What was that? I'm sorry, can you say that again? I couldn't hear you over the flames. Okay, Roach. Can you just, like, magically come down here? Because, I don't really want to come back up to get you. But you are kind of insisting on staying up there, aren't you? Alright, be that way, Roach. There was, theoretically, another enemy that was right nearby, because I think the one that was shooting us with arrows has not yet tried to fight us in full. It's probably this one here that's running away, although that looks like someone is moving quickly. That might be a dog. And then this one is probably, yeah, this is the one with the crossbow. We're actually faster if we roll, which is interesting. You're actually deflecting our attacks? That's not cool. I didn't even try to hit the dog, and yet it kind of got caught in the crossfire. What? You want to go next? Alright, you're annoying me. Enough of that. I think that'll do. I think that'll do. Anyone else? I mean, yes. But not at this very moment. Okay, definitely plenty of herbs. But I'm mostly looking for things that are a little more interesting than that. Like, that could have something down there, but I think for the moment, let's head up here and make it into the actual fortress itself. And I doubt there's another fast travel spot this close, but it almost feels like, you know, this is the primary location, right? Well, I don't know. Did we just get that to show up right now?
We'll fix you soon, don't you fret.
Oh, really? Is that so? Do explain. Really, I'm all ears. Excuse me? Who is that? Who was that who shot the arrow? Explain yourself. Ah, that guy hiding behind you. You do have a lot of dogs. This much is true. Like a whole lot of dogs. Like, I mean a whole lot of dogs. I mean, I suppose if this place is supposed to be a prison, does maybe make some sense. I don't love doing this. Okay, really? Just kind of annoying, the sheer numbers. And we should do this. Down you go. You are the one that keeps pestering us. And there's more of them shooting arrows at us. As we speak, I feel like we're approaching Boromir territory at this point. I'm just gonna casually stroll through, like, alright, who's next? Who's next? Bring it on.
Die.
There is a question mark here. Is that the question mark that we were expecting? Not necessarily sure that it is. I mean, could this be technically an abandoned site? It could be. You were there the entire time? Really? I mean, obviously you were shooting at us, yes. It's more a question of... I didn't realize you were that close to us. Okay, there are more people, in theory. It's based on our map here. Down below, though? Which suggests that there might be some kind of dungeony area around here for us to enter at some point. Wouldn't rule that out. Certainly wouldn't rule that out, but let's at least take a moment here to just loot the peoples that we took out. I mean, not really expecting anything crazy here, right? But we're trying to set the record for the heaviest inventory, then we might as well pick up the stuff, right? We might as well pick up the stuff. Because this will help have things add up a bit. Let's see. And I suppose we'll start looting this other stuff as well. That's not a huge deal. Neither is that. But, let's see. Is there some kind of entrance that will actually bring us into the prison complex itself? Is there some kind of underground prison complex? Because we've, I think, seen some of those on other occasions. But, okay, definitely more loot in terms of things for us to get out of these bundles. Though I'm skeptical that any of these will have the Witcher School gear. I think this is likely to just be random stuffs. Probably not anything too powerful. I mean, it could be some half-decent stuff. Is that other one lootable? I don't think so. I don't think so. We did actually leave a dead guy unlooted over here. Yeah, it does seem like most stuff appears to be saying that it's lower down than this. We're getting all these indicators on our map saying that it's actually, well, yeah, lower down. So, oh, who are those guys? Okay. Well, at least one of them's coming to greet us. Say, halt? And yet you're beckoning us forward? You're sending mixed messages, man. What do you want from us? Just tell us. And that looks like that's going to be a doorway that sends us down into that area. It probably will be the section down below. I think, maybe, but it's probably worth being a little more thorough in the area that we were just in. I definitely don't think we've gotten everything there yet. I think there is certainly still more to check out. Can we bring Roach here? We can, although where the heck did she just decide to show up? Because I'm pretty sure it was somewhere rather silly. Here she comes. Okay, that's better. Alright, now, may not actually need you in the immediate future. Because I think we still have, yeah, plenty of stuff here for us to nab. Amethyst dust is not so bad. Iridium ore, not so bad. Meteorite ore, not so bad. Other crafting materials, we, at this stage, probably have more than enough of most of the crafting materials that we're going to need, outside of things for white gold. Like, alchemist powders. How many of those do we have? A bazillion? Even after selling several hundred of them? Arg? Or alt? Okay. Sure thing, buddy. At some point, maybe. Dumplings. And I'd like to get up here if possible. So we can, yes, more easily loot this stuff. Okay. I'm not actually sure if we were supposed to be able to go here or not, but, in theory... Oh, there's a door. I saw the indicator for it, but in theory, this should just make it easier for us to loot these things, which is my primary objective. This one... Oh, stop for a second. Stop for a second. Yeah, you see the door icon. I see it as well. The question is just, where exactly is it? It says it's down there, but I think that is underground. It's something that we don't really have access to from this area. I think now is probably... Oh, either we go over and cross that bridge where those other people were, or we try going up these stairs here, where we fought one of these guys, because I'm a little bit intrigued to see where this is going to lead us. We did, of course, kind of force our way up higher earlier, but this is probably more so the way in which you're supposed to be here. Well, yeah, I was going to say, it looks like there may not be much here, but can we actually go through this door, or is this going to be locked? Ah, that's locked. Okay. So, in that case, sure. I think we are looking to either, well, cross the bridge where there's another staircase over here. We certainly have not investigated yet. And I think we looked at this sort of down here, this area that looked barred off. I don't think there's any way. I mean, that's just like cages. Not really even blocking a doorway or anything like that. Not like the entrance to the prison. The rest of the prison. But this, I think, is worth taking a closer look. Is there anything here? Because, yes, this, I'm betting, is going to be the Witcher School gear. Yep. And that should be the last of them. Yep. What even? Not this? Was that? Oh, that's just an herb. Okay. Maybe we could check what's over here, which is maybe actually the best part of being up this high, but I think it's actually not terribly helpful because we could just do this. And we don't really want to do this right now. Anyway. So let us head back. And now we'll cross the bridge. Now we're still seeing... those are clearly the enemies that we're seeing on our minimap that have the indicator that they're below us. It's just a matter of how do we get down there, and I'm assuming the answer is that it's across the bridge somewhere. So we'll make that happen. But out of curiosity, we are now at 8:55. Wow. So, in that case, quite a bit heavier than we were previously. Can we make it through here? I doubt it. And that's mostly just a cage as well. We could potentially art our way into destroying some of this stuff, but Roach is not going to be pleased with us, of course. Let's ride Roach just across the bridge and see what we find here. Whoa. I'm hoping this is unlocked, of course. There's certainly a chance that it is not, in which case we may need to come back here on a future occasion, because we can't go here. That makes me suspicious. Because, on one hand, you could say, okay, well, that's just an indication that you should come back here in the future, or maybe we will end up here in the future when some plot-related things give us access to doors that are currently unlocked. However, there's the Bear School gear here, which I want to say leads me to believe that there's reason to think we have reason to be here right now, and we aren't necessarily just jumping the gun. But what I'm thinking now is let's hop off Roach. Let's try going lower down and seeing if we find any cave entrances anywhere that we might be able to use. Is this? Now that's the same spot we were just in. Because we saw the door. Or, like, through the ground. We saw the indicator for the door. We didn't really see the way to get there. Like, was there a staircase leading downward? Maybe? Roach, can you just, like, go up here? And what I'm thinking is, like, the doorway itself, or the entrance marker, whatever you want to call it, was, like, right under where we currently are. Like, was there a staircase we missed that goes downward? We were focusing mostly on going upward at the time. Or is there anything actually over this edge? I mean, this is like the edge of this island at this point. Makes me rather skeptical. Unless it's like, you know, you actually want to sail up that side and there's a cave entrance there. I don't know. Maybe worth taking a quick look at that. But I'm not entirely sure what the deal is here. The other place where we could look down below would be where this bridge is. We actually go below this bridge, which is probably easier said than done. They're a relatively safe way down, because I'm not really seeing it right now. Let's save, in case we do try any crazy ways to end up down there. And I didn't really try, like, timing this, which I don't think is the answer. Probably is not the answer. That's gonna hurt. But we are alive. Heat up a bit, and we did get to the place where I, for the most part, did want to go. I was thinking we'd go in this direction here, although this is looking like it's gonna be hard to come back up once we do get there. So maybe we take just a second. See if there's anything over here. Because it does appear as though we are now on the same elevation as those enemies that we are hearing through the ground. Which is a good sign, I think. So this is maybe the place where the mysterious entrance may be. We've yet to find that mysterious entrance. I just think it could potentially be that doorway that we saw previously, but that would mean going at it from basically around here. Is there some kind of entrance? Like a cave here. That sort of looks like something you can jump up. Oh, what do we have here? You can't really see it from this angle. Need to be a little bit further back. But, is that... That might be an entrance. This little black hole here? I don't know. That might just be a wall. That is, in fact, just a darker wall. What I was seeing was... Let's see if we can actually get up here, like this area. If we could jump, it would certainly help. This is certainly still giving me vibes of you're not supposed to go here, but there was a section that... No, I just want to try to grab onto that ledge. This one here. This one here. Yes. There appears to be an entrance basically directly above our head. Right here? Yeah. As to whether it's actually possible to get through there from here, that seems rather unlikely, but I'll back up a little bit just to show you what I'm referring to more easily. That elevation there. I think we were a little bit above that. Where you see sort of like the archways. So how do we get there? Because I don't see it. I do still suspect some kind of cave system somewhere, or some kind of underground entrance. But we certainly haven't seen it. We haven't necessarily explored everything. But we've been relatively thorough here. I mean, we'll try going around to a different side of the island and see. Maybe there's something that we missed. Like this? But I'm skeptical. I don't know. Entrance is here. And we kind of saw this side when we were down in this area earlier. You really try swimming underwater. I assume you don't really need to go for a truly underwater entrance. I was thinking underground, not underwater. But nothing here. Unless there's something further. Not here. A little bit more rubble on this side. Perhaps something around here. In this little alcove? Is this what we're looking for? Not an entrance. Just seeing if there's something else here. Not really? There's clearly got to be some way in there, because there are clearly people there. And maybe it's really straightforward, and I'm just not seeing it. But I have not found it yet. I can tell you that much. Of course, that much you already know. So this is one little section that we've not yet explored. Nothing here either? Just feels like there should be something much more straightforward to get there. I think I just missed something that was blatantly obvious. I mean, maybe the whole "you are extremely slow" thing is sidetracking me, and I feel like, you know, we need to just take Roach and sprint through, and that's distracting me from the actual way to do it. But I'm thinking we might need to pass on this for now. The good thing is, there is a fast travel spot here. So, worst comes to worst, if we felt so inclined, we could use that fast travel spot to end up back here and come back with a plan. There's definitely something on that island there. I see that. Hold on just a second. I think we go to this next island here. We're starting to approach, yeah, an additional question mark. I'm assuming the one that we were looking at is this right here, not the one that's a little further still. But you see that like brown something? It's just chilling on that island there, and now it's glowing. It's clearly a chest. Is this a key? A key to let us in through one of those doors that was locked before? I mean, I'm pretty sure if that was the case, then it would be glowing. There's a shipwreck there. This is probably something we would have originally planned to have done in our boat. And so much for the effectiveness of that lighthouse there, but then again, we did hear tales of it perhaps not being the most trustworthy of lighthouses. Okay, so it's this. And it's mostly just solid crafting materials. But no key. But, I mean, that was awfully speculative. Okay, so I think what we do here is we just head back to the boat and we get on moving. I think on this occasion, this probably does meet the threshold of Lids tried to look for something, knows that there's something there, but just couldn't find it. So if you want to bail me out, then feel free to do so. I wouldn't really call this a spoiler, so to speak, unless there is some plot-related reason for why we can't actually go in there. And in which case, don't... I mean, you can just tell me you'll go there later, and don't worry about it now. Otherwise, like I said, we can take the fast travel spot and head back over and check out what the deal is on a future occasion. But for now, we'll head back in our boat. There are two boats here. We'll take our boat. And this one is still, I believe, undamaged. Unless some of those sirens latching on not so long ago changed that, but we'll double check here. Doesn't look like it. So, I mean, we could go up to this one, because it's not very far away. There's still a question mark here. I mean, well, that's the one that we saw, right? It does appear to be underground. So, I think what we do is we go to this one, and then this one, and we go to this one, and then we'll complete our circle, actually, at that one, and end up all the way doubling back a bit. But anyways, one step at a time here. Does mean that at least for a bit, we're going to be headed back in the Unvik-ish territory. This will be the last of it, though. Then we'll be Ard, Skellig, and a little bit of Speakerog. There's actually seemingly very little around Speakerog. Okay, now this is interesting. For what it's worth, from here it is telling us that question mark is higher up. I mean, that's maybe not terribly surprising because we are at sea level. But I thought it was lower than the place where we were hanging out, spending most of our time earlier. Okay, and we actually should steer a bit. Okay, that, I mean, I did steer a bit aggressively, but it did feel like, okay, we should get out, like right now, and fight these sirens. It did feel like there might have been a current there. Now, since we are basically taking what is the pathway from Ard Skellig to Unvik, this is where I would expect for us to run into a lot of the currents and sirens. Okay, so we're going... Well, unfortunately, I'm afraid more or less straight through these sirens. Maybe take a quick loop around them just to avoid taking some damage here, but there were certainly more on the horizon, and there are more right here that I'm gonna play it dangerously and try to... No, it's a bad idea. It's a very bad idea. Geralt, get out, get out, get out! There we go. Quickly enough to avoid the boat getting hit. But we certainly took some damage in the process. I mean, not that it really matters. We'll tank the sirens. Again, we're just littering the ocean with them. Does make it rather difficult to get around here. I mean, this siren is like in the boat. This might actually be unavoidable for us to take damage here. I'm gonna try to, yeah, no, ignore you a bit. And we do kind of need to go right where that siren is. In fact, that might not be a coincidence. We shall see. Okay, yeah, well, I wanted to say that we could speed past it. Then it was close enough that it didn't seem possible, and so I got off. But it takes so long to do it that at that point the siren was gone. But yeah, I think this is our spot here. So let's get off. Actually, check out the smuggler's cache, and it does make sense for there to be some sirens in the area for that reason. So for the most part, they're around it, but not actually at it. It's a little bit strange. This one is close enough, I suppose, that it is truly guarding the spot. Well, maybe not. Maybe not. Well, someone noticed us. It seems. Maybe? Maybe not. Get a little greedy here and go for this one. Before surfacing, but probably do that now. And now there's one that sees us. Hello. Goodbye. I think this is the last one. Yeah. Okay. So we're done there. Head back to the boat, and this one, like I said, I think this is the most Unvik-y of the remaining ones. Yeah, definitely. And we're headed back up here. And that's definitely more in Speakerog territory at that point. So we're making progress in that regard. Okay, now this siren probably does need to go, because it is directly where we're looking to go. I mean, now it's like it's moving in the opposite direction. If Geralt would choose to go in the boat, that would be helpful, and by the time he does, I'm sure the sirens will be close enough that they're actually going to start picking a fight with us, and then we're going to say, well, we didn't want to be at the boat anymore. Yeah, we do basically need to go straight past you. Well, maybe not quite. Okay, please go forward. And by forward, I mean this way. So yeah, I think that from here on out, things could get a fair bit more, well, not that things ever got too complicated, but in theory a little bit more straightforward. Might not have quite as many random sirens along the way. Might just have them guarding whichever smuggler caches and things of that sort we might come across. Spoils of war and whatnot. Okay. And this, I believe, is Speakerog that we're seeing on the horizon. Pretty sure that's the case. So it... I mean, it doesn't look that much bigger than it still looks bigger than Random Islands that we've come across, yes, but it's only gonna get bigger, look bigger, the closer we get to it. Should start to become more apparent that, yeah, this one's the real deal. I swear, I'm pressing the speed up button. It really doesn't feel like it's doing much. Out of curiosity, if I take my finger off the speed up button... Okay, now there is a difference. There definitely is a fairly big difference. Okay, well, there are the sirens. Out of nowhere. Please do not attack the boat. Please leave old Nessie Jr. alone. Lids, that name makes no sense. It's an oxymoron, you say? Try me. Okay, there were certainly additional sirens. More than just one. So, in fact, one that can't decide if it's right next to us or a little bit further away. Where are you? Below us, actually. Not above us. I'm like looking up in the sky, trying to see where it went. Okay, can we please keep on moving though? Because they were still far enough away that I actually don't think they were technically guarding this thing that we're looking for here. Okay, except they are all over the place now. And this one's going to be pretty much unavoidable. And we really should get off. Please get off. Please get off, Carol. Why are you so slow at it? It pains me every time. Okay, now we are at least close enough for the smuggler's cast to show up. So I suppose we'll probably leave the boat here. And just head on over to our looting. Okay, and now is this siren? Yeah, it's definitely gonna take issue with our presence. Hello. Goodbye. I'm just looking at all that stuff they were picking up, like various saddles and whatnot. I'm thinking, we got most of our saddles from doing races. Can you imagine what it would have been like if you just didn't do really any races and you went from having one of the worst saddles to immediately having one of the best saddles just by looting stuff? Then you go to some of the early races, go back to them with some really good gear, and you're just like, oh, sorry. When we'll, like, absolutely demolish everyone. Some more big things there, I think. We'll check how much weight we have at this point. And the other question is, of course, once we do actually sell this stuff, how much is it going to be worth? We'll definitely want to see pre and post sales montage. Maybe not montage, but just the raw numbers. How much do we actually get off of selling all this stuff? Because at this point, it's probably going to take more than one person. We're at 905 weight. We are awfully close to breaking the 1,000 mark. And we still have many, many question marks to go. Yeah, they get very close together once we start going into... I mean, this really... These islands don't have a name, but some of these are awfully big. But basically, in between Speakerog and on Skellig. I think now we head up to this one over here, which does require a little bit of bobbing and weaving in between the barrels and sirens. And additional sirens showing up that I will deliberately sail in the opposite direction of. And in doing so, successfully managed to avoid them, at least for the time being, for which I am grateful. So yeah, I think this one and maybe the next one or two after it will be... What the heck was that? The most distant ones remaining. Something made a really weird whale-ish sound. I don't remember ever hearing the whales make that sound before, so it's like, what? Did not really know what to make of it. But maybe the whales are making that sound all along, and I just didn't realize it. Perhaps. Perhaps. And we should be coming up on our next question mark pretty soon. Not seeing it showing up on our remap just yet, nor directly in front of us. Though the angle is changing a little bit here. Recenter ourselves. Okay, now we got some sirens going straight for us. Or drowned dead, or something. They are below us. Which suggests, yep, probably drowned dead. And yeah, here is the smuggler's cache showing up now. We will be more of those drowned dead. Of that, I am sure. And we have three chests to loot. Are you guys gonna head over here? Are you gonna be a problem? Or are you just gonna chill over there and not mess with us? Because that's cool. If you want to do that, that's fine. We have also seen some drowned dead miraculously spawn next to us in the middle of one of these looting sessions before. So I wouldn't rule that out, especially if the rest of them are being a little too complacent, a little too content to just hang out nowhere near us. The game goes, hold on, that's too easy. We gotta throw something at them, right? Not this time, though. Apparently not. So we'll scrape on by. Sneak on by, really. Okay. And then I think, yeah, there's gonna be one more in the near Speakerog area, but there's very little in this section. And then it's just going to be this stream of question marks in between Speakerog and on Skellig. So let's take a look. And next one is going to be, well, okay, yeah, we'll complete our little circle here. Get this, whatever it is, down a little bit further south, and then probably actually go into the Ardskellig Harbor and get all these ones. Do a little bit of a loop here from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 and so on, work our way back up, and then go for the in-between Speakerog and on Skellig set. So let's give that a go. That does mean that we actually need to shift our direction here quite a bit. Might even be this little island that we're seeing here. I think it will be. Pretty sure that's where we're headed. And it's a little bit off the coast, which may mean that we're not looking at a smuggler's cache here. Maybe something a little bit different from that, but we'll have to see. Of course, we can also explore this island itself. There were a couple that were close by. However, there's the bigger one with the pirates on it that we certainly went into, and there was the little one that had the chest on it, and we looted that. But this is potentially worth taking a little bit of time to see if there's anything directly on the island itself. Yeah, the question mark is coming up here. And it's looking like it is, yeah, it is still Smuggler's Cache. Though, okay, I was gonna say no sign of sirens, but that would be speaking too soon. Far too soon, in fact, because there are many. And, well, we are not close enough to hit that one. And, just ignore the fact that the ocean is a dark abyss of nothingness. And you should be fearful of it, and there are sirens directly overhead, but I'm deliberately going to surface now, because otherwise we might suffocate. And as soon as I do that, they're going to duck underwater and sneak up on us so that we can not necessarily hit them with our crossbow before they attack us, but that shouldn't be too much of a concern, because we're going to take them out anyway. How many of them are there? Many, I believe, is the answer to that question. Or, in other words, yes. This is interesting. They're actually... These are yellow. Normally they're red. There's another one sneaking up here. Normally, the smuggler's cache loot is red. And we need to surface. And for a second there, one of those sirens actually was going to drop loot, it seemed. Which usually doesn't happen when you're out in the ocean. So, both those things were a little bit odd. Let's just take a second here. See if there's an angle from which we can actually board this landmass. Now, may make sense to just take our boat to do a little circle around it, because that's probably still a little bit faster. But, like, well, on this end, I mean, I don't particularly want to actually sail in from this side where there are a bunch of rocks, but it does look like it's a little bit lower down, a little bit more easily accessible on foot. So we might go for that then. Even then, I don't know. Not convinced we'll actually be able to climb up any of this. It's looking pretty uninviting. Maybe here, there's a spot a little bit further to the left that looked a little bit more straightforward to get up. Might need to settle for that. Over here looked a little bit easier. Right here? Yeah. We're up. But is there anything here? There is. 14 florins. I mean, that's more than you could say about many of the other times that we've gone on these little islands. There was something. And that is saying something. For that, I'm grateful. Ooh, now look at this. More still. What is this? Ooh, not bad. This is just plants. As is that over there, but I suppose that did actually turn out to be completely successful. Take a quick look over here, but I'm not expecting to find anything. No? Okay. Let's head back to the boat. No, that's just a bird, not a siren. It's innocent. Don't worry. Don't worry. We're fine. I don't think it's about to attack us. But you can't really ever be sure, can you? I mean, is it a bird? Is it a harpy? Is it a siren? Is it a Doppler that's turned into any one of those things and could change to any one of the other things in mere moments? Perhaps. Perhaps. But please climb up here. That'd be appreciated. Thank you. Okay. So now let's set our sights on our next spot. And I think that's this one here, which does appear to be on land. I think it's a tiny little island. So it's hard to say definitively. It looks like it's just on the edge of it, of course. It may be one of these ones right here. I think it very well could be. See if we run into any sirens along the way. Never can rule it out, of course. The random siren encounters. Or drown dead, although they tend not to attack the boat directly. Is it going to be the little one to the right or the bigger one to the left? I'm thinking probably the bigger one to the left, right? Left, right. Pretty sure, based on where our marker is seemingly showing up here. Is it on the far side? It may be on the far side, though. I think it kinda is. Or at least getting onto this island probably does require being on the far side. There are drowners up there. You can see them from here. That'd actually be hilarious. It's a hidden treasure. If we could, like, get off and snipe these guys from here. That was not far away. I think we, despite it looking like that did hit them, I think we might technically still be a little bit out of range. So I think what we do, we go around the other side, and that's likely to be the place where we actually can get on to this island. Yeah, right here-ish. Okay, let us make it happen. There's actually a lot of them. I don't know what level they're going to be. Suppose we should save just in case. I don't expect them to be very high level, but it's possible. This could be a surprise. This is actually the last hidden treasure you're ever supposed to do, because these are level 200 drowned dead.
What you got?
Shame on you for not assuming that to be the case. And 18 is like basically the level of the ones that we've been seeing in the water. So that's pretty different, because in the water, they don't actually have to get taken out with a sword. We just one-shot them with a crossbow. Okay. So you're still chilling here. Still gotta get you. Can't really climb this when we're in combat, so if you could just give us a quick second here. Quick moment. Try you. And then draw our sword and chop you in two. That'd be appreciated. Thank you. Very kind of you. Okay, you dropped loot somewhere here, theoretically. Somehow it ended up over here. But also, this is the primary thing we're looking for. The 2 florins from the skeleton. Alright, we're good here. Be on our way. Nah, it's the chest. Not great. Compared to other things that we've seen in other locations. We'll take a quick look. If there's anything else here, I'm doubtful. This is pretty small. But it is heavy. Because I'm pretty sure that's a heavy armor, so if nothing else, it does get us closer to that objective of increasing our carrying. Capacity is maybe the wrong word, but the amount that we're carrying. No, we far exceeded our carrying capacity. Somehow, we are sailing on a boat with 100 weight units. I mean, I suppose, well, 100, no, nearly 1,000. I was gonna say 100, nah, that's not that bad, right? No, 1,000 though, that's pretty significant. When we're stepping on this boat, it should be noticeably dropping lower in the water. Okay. Now I think, yeah, we go into the harbor. I mean, we're practically in there already. Practically. And I'm thinking we're gonna see a lot more sirens around here. I think that might be the mountains around Kertrolda that we're seeing right there. And it's been a while since we've been in the area. But these, I'm thinking, are probably the sirens guarding this very treasure. Hello, Super Siren. How goes it? I'm doing well. How are you? Thank you for asking. Yes, the kids are great. They're going fast. Going underwater fast as well. It's not great. There were still a couple more, maybe one more. Yo. Hello. Oh, too quick. Too quick. Not this time, though. Back to looting. Yeah, see, like, the gear that we got on the other island, the loot that we got, that hidden treasure, more or less equivalent to one of the chests that we got here, and of course we typically get 3, sometimes just 2, but does mean that these smugglers' caches, they've been pretty good. I mean, sure, one individual one maybe doesn't make a huge difference, but collectively, I mean, there's just so many of them. And collectively, you get a lot of stuffs. And I think we got a few heavy armors there, so I think our number is going to be pretty high here in terms of how much weight we're going to be carrying. So brace yourselves. Check once we get back in the boat, and we're going to need to dodge some sirens once we do. Because, well, made a bit of a mess here, I'm afraid. Bit of a mess. Okay. Hop in, and then we should mark our next spot on the map, and we're at 990. We're so close. Okay. So I think we go down to this one, and then we'll go there, there. We tried... Oh, I do remember. We saw this hidden treasure, and then I thought we tried to loot a chest there, and we thought that was the primary chest, and yet it didn't get grayed out for some reason, and I wasn't sure if that was because we missed something, or if that was because it was just kind of bugging out. And you guys may have answered that question at the time, but that was a long time ago, like a really long time ago. That was pretty early days in Skellige. Well, relatively early days. That was still, I think, the last section that we went to on Ard Skellige was this corner. This peninsula here. Okay, now we should get off here. Probably invite you guys. Yeah, like the lighthouse area was the last spot we went to, which was like Arnbjorn. This area here. Okay, we're like kind of close. Not super close. The probably smuggler's cache, but yeah, we're getting the siren's attention now, so probably time. Hop out in this general direction. So we'll just casually swim here. Now we can see the outline of one of the chests. Two of the chests. Will there be three? There are three. We'll pop back out. As we suspected, smuggler's cache indeed. Alright, you're gonna come down and join us anytime soon? Yeah. Good to see you. Kinda, sorta, but not really. The other siren's gonna join us? Doesn't seem like it. Yeah, I didn't think that we were getting experience from completing these just looting sessions, but we're awfully close at this point, leveling up. Like if we get the last one out of this, you know, just looking at our experience bar in the top left corner, but I didn't see it move. I think it is just the sheer quantity of sirens. I mean, normally if you complete the question mark related things that pop up on the map, like, say, abandoned sites, then it'll give you a little notification on the bottom left corner that says, hey, you completed this, and you get experience, and, well, that doesn't happen when we go for the smuggler's caches. And I don't think we get any experience for completing any of the treasure hunts either, usually not. So that wouldn't surprise me if we weren't getting experience for it, but I mean, that bar is getting awfully close to full. Like last time we checked, yeah, I don't know what number we were on exactly, but we were saying before that it'd be like one or two good side quests away from leveling up, but now we're perhaps even just one good side quest away from being able to level up here. And we'll see if we fight enough sirens and drown dead to a lesser extent out here in the ocean for us to level up just from this alone. Okay, now we do want to get off and shoot in the face. Thank you. Carry on. If I were paying closer attention, I would have remembered exactly how much experience we had before we shot that siren, and then looked at our experience now and gone, oh, okay, we're getting exactly this much. But I do think it varies a little bit between, like, level 18 is close enough to our level that we might be getting a little bit more than one experience. If it's, like, 14, which has been leveled in some of them, then I think that might only be one experience per enemy. And it doesn't sound like a big difference because it's only one experience, but that's a 100% increase. And when you talk about the quantity of enemies that we're talking about here, it adds up. It does make a bit of a difference, I think. Let's see. This, I believe, is going to be the one that is closest in to the Ardskellig Harbor. Then we'll make a bit of a U-turn of sorts. Hey, whales! I'm guessing it's going to be where these sirens are hanging out here. Probably. And let's get out. And then pick a fight. How close are we? Is it going to be right here? It's actually... That's a little ways to have to swim. I mean, there are a lot of sirens here. And they are all directly on top of each other. Obviously, this is just the place where they spawn. No, the smuggler's cache is showing up now. Despite it looking like on our minimap that it was actually still a fair distance away. I'm a little bit surprised. It could be a bit of a distortion of the minimap where it just appeared much further than it actually was, because now that's the boat. The cache? No, it is over here. So I mean, the sirens were in sort of ways, sort of guarding it, and not just totally random sirens spawning in the middle of nowhere. I mean, they weren't, like, directly over it, but they had the general idea, correct? Okay. Get that stuff there, and I think that probably did it in terms of getting us over 1,000 weight. Certainly, I think by the time we're done with the last of these in this section, the last of these chests, should get us to that point. Because we were awfully close. And then, after picking up what I'm pretty sure was at least one, if not a couple of heavy-ish armors, chest plates, and I think that's gonna be well over, well, not like well over 1,000, but comfortably over 1,000 weight. We certainly still have plenty of ground to cover here. For a while, it looked like we were on pace to only just barely reach the 1,000 marker, but I don't know. At this point, sky's the limit. Let's see exactly what we're on once we get back to the boat. There are still some sirens here that I would kind of like to just shoot and be done with. It's like, if you want to fight us, yeah, that's fine by me. Okay. Now I'm remembering back to pre-Skellige, when there weren't any sirens at all, and thinking to myself, like, what was that world like? I run into so many sirens on Skellige these days. Life must have been so much different. Okay. So, no, there is still at least one more that's further down, and then multiple if we are considering going for the hidden treasure. So, I think we at least go for the guaranteed question mark. As for whether we decide to further investigate the hidden treasure, we'll take a look, I think. And see, obviously, a lot of time has passed, so maybe just a fresh perspective is all we needed. Something like that. In case we truly just missed an additional treasure that was actually the thing that was supposed to be the treasure of note. Because sometimes there are multiple chests in an area, and you didn't actually find the real hidden treasure. One moment while I down some water. Hop into the water. And seemingly no. I was gonna say, no one guarding this. Not quite. Not quite. Not exactly. Okay. Let's just get closer above water. Save our breath. Oh, we didn't check our weight, did we? Well, I mean, at this point, certainly going to be above 1,000, right? And I had some questions as to whether you would even be able to break the 1,000 marker. Like, can you just not hit the 4-digit mark? Because, you know, we're way over our limit, of course. So there's a chance that CD Projekt Red was just like, well, we didn't think that anyone was going to do this. So we didn't really plan for that. And therefore, you actually don't have the capability. Even if you're willing to be encumbered the entire time, you don't even have the capability of having that many items simultaneously, and so we're just going to automatically drop stuff for you? I don't know. I mean, that's purely speculation. There are still several sirens here. A little bit concerning. Please move, Carol. Because this siren is going to pick a fight with us any second now. This siren that is directly below us is going to pick a fight with us any second now. We should hop off. And we are also directly in front of all of this stuff. Okay, no, get off. Get off. Yes, thank you. You know, just do a quick 360 for style. And if you want to shoot it, that'd be great. But if you don't, that's fine too. Yeah, because right now Geralt is refusing to shoot the crossbow. So that happened on a couple other occasions. this is apparently going to be one of those occasions. We're close enough to land that we could potentially even just swim over here. And to this place where there are additional sirens. And see if by landing, Garrett will realize, hey, I have this thing called a crossbow. It's useful for fighting sirens because when you're in the water, that's the only way to fight them. Hello. Now that was an interesting time to decide to dive down. And this might be slowly taking us closer to the place where that hidden treasure was. Yeah, it is. So this will be an opportunity, I suppose. To do two things at once, perhaps. Okay, now we can at least kind of sort of draw our sword, and also maybe just by taking a second here to touch down, Gerald might now recognize that his crossbow exists. He now recognizes that his crossbow exists. This is progress. Siren number 1 down. There is certainly at least one more over here. Okay, well, there's clearly a chest here. I'm thinking this was probably the one that we opened previously. And we were like, well, this appears to be the one that's the hidden treasure. Why isn't the circle running out? We'll just take a look at any other obvious candidates. Okay, can we just, like, get up here? And maybe even just aiming? Now that was too soon. Somehow the rock is on fire, though. Don't ask me how. We did not have Igni back. Attempt number 3. This time we burned ya. Hey, how's it going? What's up? How's the weather? Enjoying things around here? Hey, I heard you had wings. Why aren't you flying? That's strange. I think that people with wings would fly. Guess not. Okay, so this, I believe, right next to the siren we just fought, is the chest that we were assuming was the hidden treasure. Now, I'm pretty sure that we basically went all the way around this little rock formation, dove down into the water, and checked, is there anywhere else at all where there could have been a chest that we did not see? And the answer was no. We'll do that a little bit here, but I'm pretty certain that we were thorough in our check here. This is technically outside of the circle. Like, if we go here as well, still nothing. Still technically outside of the circle, so it's mostly this rock. And there, if Geralt could actually step onto it, really isn't much here, other than that chest. So yeah, I think this is just a case of a weird bug-like thing, unless it's like on this. Is also kind of outside the circle, so I would have my doubts, but just in case, we'll take a quick look.
Burn Bran.
Oh!
Horrific death. That stench.
Are you referring to Berna, or are you referring to the echidnas? Because we heard people saying that that's what was going to happen to her, but I did not actually think that we would be able to encounter the place where they did it, and her. So, I suppose in some ways, even if we didn't get the chance to do the thing that we were originally coming here to do, that being try to actually get the hidden treasure, interesting little stuff that we found here, nonetheless. Get back here. Get back here. I will fry you. I will fry you. I don't care if you're an aquatic creature. You will be fried. Yeah, so, did you guys see Berta in your playthrough? You actually notice that she is here? Because, well, I did not expect for us to encounter her like that. But anyways, we'll head back to the boat. And this is certainly as far south and as close to Ard Skellig as we're going to go from here on out, because, well, this is Ard Skellig. I suppose you make the case we're still kind of sort of on an island, but you know what I mean. Okay. And the reason why we were going for the hidden treasure, that was kind of a happy accident, though, because we were getting chased by a siren that we were unable to fight because we were unable to draw and shoot our crossbow for reasons unknowable. The reason I say that is because there are currently additional sirens very close by. Sirens that would presumably pick a fight with us, and may have already started to pick a fight with us, but at least now, crossbow is back to being functional, which is pretty important. On occasions such as this, and I thought there was one more siren, yeah. Over here that would be kind of nice to dispose of. It might be far enough away that it's not a terrible problem if it just does its thing over there. We kind of need to navigate around several deceased sirens here. So let's head on out, mark our map for where we are headed next, and in doing so we see 1,050. Practically at 1,100 at this point. I would have to imagine, certainly get there, if not a fair bit higher at this rate. We'll mark this one. And we'll pass this smuggler's cache, go for basically the question marks along the coastline here, and probably head over to this one as well. So, let us make our way over. And in some ways, this is I don't know, it's nice to be back in our Skellige area where we first landed in Skellige. Feels a little bit more homey, a little more welcoming in that way. And there's obviously a siren here. We are at the smuggler's cache. That was surprisingly quick. Thought it was gonna be a little bit further away. Oh! Stuck up behind us. Didn't see that coming. Alright. Any other takers? Yes. Presumably. Hello? Yeah, well, I saw where you were on the minimap, but I didn't actually see you in front of us. Up there appears to be another one somewhere. Trying to fight us? Yes. He has somehow shown up there. Back to peaceful music. Can we get greedy and take this one as well before popping back up for air? I think we can. I think we'll take our chances there. Okay. There is still another one. Hey, wanna fight us? So we can get rid of you? And wipe you from this plane of existence? Ooh. Multiple. Say, this one's maybe close enough? This one's directly overhead. You as well? Yeah, that was initiated while you were too far away. There we go. Okay. And we technically are not quite on full HP. I mean, I'm not terribly concerned about us actually getting killed by these sirens. I think that was probably from us... What? I guess we did get hit by some of the sirens when we were on land. But them trying to strangle us actually does very little, if any, damage. I think the major risk is just it slows you down a little bit. From taking additional breaths, if you're at a higher chance of suffocating, that is the opposite direction where I wanted you to go. Also, I did not tell you to pop up, so I'm a little confused why you're doing that. But, okay. Let's save real quick, because I think it has been a little while. And mark our next spot. I think this one will be a little bit of a trek. Yeah, because we actually will need to go past a smuggler's cache that we've already gotten. So, think this one we might have gotten way back on our first trip from Ardskellig to Undvik. Otherwise, this probably would have made sense for us to save for this round, because we were kind of coming up this more eastern side of the Ardskellig Harbor. But so be it. We'll make it work, nonetheless. Does likely mean that we'll find additional rounds of sirens by that area. Yeah, okay, so it's to the left there, and yes, there are, in fact, sirens over there. So let's just, you know, skirt around that real quick. If we can, although that siren may insist on heckling us. No? Well, maybe, maybe not. Yeah, well, it's hard to look over our shoulder and still drive in the opposite direction, so we'll keep on going. I think we're good. And we should be coming up on the next, presumably, Smuggler's Cache pretty soon now, because I think it was roughly halfway the Smuggler's Cache that we had already completed, and so this siren over here is probably, yeah, these sirens plural, probably the ones guarding it, I'd have to imagine. Yep, it is showing up on our map now. So let's come to a stop, hop in, and pick fights with them. Ideally, a little further away from our boat, if we can. Further, the better. Hello. You even swam to the other side of us. How convenient. Like you were listening to me. That one did manage to nab our leg. Certainly still more of them. But they're temporarily distracted by who knows what. There were more. Yeah, but I would not rule out one of them sneaking up right about now. Mess with us. Where are you? I mean, we kind of need to get some air. Right as you duck down. Lovely. Hello. Next one. Here. Here. Just out of range. And you don't actually seem to be going after us? Strangely enough. Okay. I mean, I would kind of like to get rid of you. If you'd like to get shot in the face, happy to do so. Your wish is my command. Maybe this time? This time? Come on. You know you want to. You know you want to. Yeah, I knew you couldn't resist. I knew you couldn't resist. There are few who can. There are few who can. Okay. So we'll hop back in. And at this point, I think we are now just about on the edge of the Ardskellig Harbor. I mean, this is like the very edge of it right there. So that means the one we just did, I suppose it curves around a little bit. So we probably do this one next, and then we'll go this one after that. Oh, and we shouldn't really be sailing straight through this stuff. Kind of deliberately made an effort to do that further away from our boats, that wouldn't have to happen. So, you know, take advantage of that. And this one, I think, was comparatively relatively close. I think it shouldn't take us too long to get here, and these sirens, or these, yeah, now numerous sirens, probably at the location. Seen on the map. Hop off. And just try to get some distance from our actual boat, like we were saying, to make this a little bit easier to circumnavigate the sirens once we do start taking them out, which at this point should be pretty safe to do. I mean, these guys, at some point, are probably going to mess with us, right? Maybe now? Hello. Another one? Hello. There were definitely more. Go again. Also hello. And it is quite the party here. Full surface just in case. Maybe one or two more. Oh, yeah, there certainly are. There was one that was seemingly directly on top of us. Okay. Don't ask too many questions, I suppose. Where's the one that we've not yet looted? Was it the one that I was actually right next to? I think it might have been. I think it actually might have been. Yeah. It was. It was indeed. And, well, was inefficient enough in getting that, well, it took more breath than I would have liked, but still, plenty to spare. Alright, so back to the boat we go. It seems like most of the sirens that were causing us issues are, in fact, gone. They appear to have vacated the premise. So, okay. Oh, what is... No, that one... No, okay. You go back up, here. Please go back up. And of course, as soon as I say that, yeah, the sirens do in fact come back, but... Let's take a look at where we're headed to next. And we are at 1,110. So yes, it just keeps on getting heavier. I think it's this one now. It's a little bit off. Away from Ardskellig. I mean, even from here, you can still see Undvik. That's what we're seeing there on the horizon. Probably asking ourselves a similar question when we first went towards Undvik was, is that the island already? Well, whales? Indeed. Oh, well, they're distracting me from going the correct direction. We're on a whale watching tour. Plenty of time for whales on some other day. Today, it's all about the fat lutes. And I'm not talking about the instrument the dandelion plays. If you know what I mean. Okay, whoa, interesting. Looking like a boat. May still be a smuggler's cache. But one that could be a little bit different here. Not in a way that it will still certainly have enemies guarding it. That much, you know, some things never change. So we did see one like this a ways back, where it looked like it was almost a couple of harpy monster nests on the boat. Probably is the case, we just can't actually get on there to destroy them. And again, the chests are actually yellow, whereas usually they're red. I don't know if there's really any meaning to that. I think it's just a coincidence that we shouldn't read into, but it is odd that very rarely we see yellow chests. Most of the time they're glowing red. Was definitely a siren that was not so far away. There's still, yeah, another chest over there. We might have been able to, hey, that timing was less than ideal. Might have been able to stay down here and still loot this one before coming back up, but okay. Shoot you in the face. You managed to choke us in the face before we could shoot you in the face. How dare you? That was rude. Can we shoot you as well? Ready, please? Oh, that's very kind of you. Okay, let us head back, because that's everything here. Just ignore, you know, the weird indentation in the water. That's totally how water works. And maybe to a certain extent. But not that much. Not to that extreme. And I swear, that little bar, the white bar above our HP, gets ever so slightly closer to filling every once in a while, and you go, well, you know, eventually, maybe fighting all these sirens will, in fact, give us a level. Okay. Let's take a look now. And now I think we're looking at a couple things at this little island here. Arguably 3. This one does look like it's a little bit off the coast, whereas another one is definitely on it. On the island itself, but I think it's this place right here that we're seeing. So we'll see what we run into. I would guess the one off the coast is probably a smuggler's cache, and then might be a guarded treasure on the island itself. That's my guesstimate, at least. I could certainly be proven wrong. Or, you know, spoils of war. Something like that. Okay, and we might want to, stop right about here before we get absolutely bombarded by sirens. Ideally, get a little bit further away from the boat first before we start to engage them, but that's going to be unavoidable right about now. Yeah, it is spoils of war, technically speaking. One down. Oh, there's another one here. 2 down. More overhead that are about to dive down right next to us. Here, nope, bad timing. Please stay underwater so that we can shoot the crossbow at them. I am seeing enemies on shore. Does perhaps suggest that we are going to be looking at a guarded treasure. Yeah, I'm just waiting for you to, actually come down here so we can shoot you in the face. I didn't actually see where that one was. Auto-aim bailing me out. Okay. But now we can actually focus on looting. It does appear as though those sirens actually did drop loot, which is unusual, especially when you're out in the ocean itself. But, well, I suppose perhaps we were close enough to this landmass that the game said, yeah, we'll give you this. That's one of them. Still rather deep down, and haven't actually found the real loot that we're looking for here, and that was the primary thing that I was trying to do. But I realized, hey, that's the siren dropping her stuff. Might be what this is. Yeah, also what this is. The actual spoils of war. I thought I might have seen something highlighting over here for a second. Maybe I'm making that up. I am. Let's surface again. I would think it's right around the boat, right? If not in it directly. Not seeing anything actually in the boat. That begs the question, under the boat? Well, now we're getting kind of stuck on the side, which is less than ideal, because that slows us down. But, where is the thing? Like, where? All the way down here somewhere? That makes me kind of concerned, because we definitely need to surface now. So we're pretty deep down. But where is this thing? Where is the loot? And there's now another siren. Lovely. And it has found us. It was underwater, actually. Or above water. Well, here to show us. Oh, siren. Where might we find the loot which we seek? It almost looks like it might be on land. Like the circle is almost on land. I don't know. Is it against the rock wall here? Down. Here we go. Okay. Couple of dimeranium ingots. Okay, yes, and now it has, in fact, grayed out, suggesting that we have gotten it all. I'm just a little bit concerned about getting stuck here. Okay, I think we're in the clear. That we are. Okay, and there are, in fact, things on this island. Just a matter of getting a good point of entry, which I think I'm seeing something around this corner here. Yeah, I saw this little section right here and thought maybe we can get up this way, which might not be out of the question if we can hop this. Which we, I thought that might have been possible. It may be. But maybe it's a little bit more straightforward to just go around this way instead. Whoa! It's a hidden treasure. It is a humongous circle in which we are looking for it. It is technically a circle that does go all the way out into the water. What are we hearing here? Assume drowned dead. I think those are drowned dead. Or some variation on them. But drowned dead it is. And okay, we should probably, yeah, draw that sword. And cut you in half. I tried to start the world. It was a bad time to start the world. The game disagreed with me so much that it was like, hold on, we're just gonna take a quick second here, take a breather in the middle of your fight. Okay. So this is, of course, where the drowners were hanging out, or the drowned dead were hanging out. Makes me think that this is likely close to where the spot is, although there is a convenient little ledge for us to hop onto and a little bit of a pathway here. I'm thinking either one of those is also worth taking a closer look on. Yeah. I think it's going to be up this little ledge here. Seems like you can go either side to climb up it. And is it going to be this chest? I would think likely the answer is yes. There's one more drowned dead that I kind of want to just get rid of. What's up, dude? Oh, we can't hit you from here. Okay. What's up, dude? How goes it? Really? That must be pretty rough for you. What if, say, you did a little bit more... No? You don't think? I really think it could work out for you. Just gotta, you know, give it another try. That's all. That's more like it. So I'm pretty sure it's gonna be this. Okay. Master repair kit. Actually, might have been the best thing in there. But potentially summon Roach. We felt like there was any chance of us being able to navigate any more of this island, which... maybe? When there's hidden treasure on it, I feel like, you know, that's basically the game saying, well, this is the treasure that you're supposed to care about.
That's it, Roach.
And on an island as small as this, unlikely for us to find anything else. I mean, we could loot this down dead, which is not really necessary, but it's right here. If you're gonna tempt me like this, I'm gonna take it. And we have gotten a lot, actually, of red mutagens from them, even just from our most recent round of fighting them. Those are tough to get, so that's not bad. Can we actually make it up here? This might require Geralt himself. Tell you the truth. Well, don't do that. That definitely doesn't help. But I don't really think we're gonna find anything up here. Mostly just checking for the sake of being able to say that we checked. sign of anything at all? I don't know. I don't know. Well, down we go. Think we probably just say that will be that. Oh, that's not good. Ooh, well-timed roll. Well-timed roll. I thought we were toast. I thought we were toast. Okay, let's just double check which side of the island our boat is on. And the answer is this one. I don't think there's anything. Oh, well, no, I should say. We've already gotten the thing next to this shipwreck. Obviously. Okay. And our next question mark will actually be on the opposite side of this island. Where did you guys come from? Not interested in you. Maybe for that reason we even go around this way, which technically I think may mean we'll do a little bit of reversing once we're done with it, but so be it. Let us see. So this one is definitely out in the water, so I think we're probably going to be coming up on another smuggler's cache in that case. Oh, actually, absent-mindedly pressed the crossbow button and forgot that we can, in fact, shoot our crossbow from... careful there. From the back. Well, we're still driving this thing. Though I'm not sure if we can actually aim while we're doing it. And I think, yeah, Geralt actually does need to take his hand off the rudder to shoot it. So I think we genuinely cannot steer momentarily. So much as we, could potentially experiment with that on this occasion when finding these sirens, still would rather keep it a little bit simpler here and just stick with the formula. Okay, there is the siren that is about to hit us. Well, we hit it simultaneously, so take that. Same cannot be said for that one, despite it being further away, seemingly, when we started our shooting animation. Please also shoot this one. Thank you. Please also shoot that one from over your shoulder. Because physics. Conveniently, these are basically all right next to each other. I missed what that first thing was, but it was definitely relic rarity, and it looked like a chest plate. She is intriguing. Okay. Let us head back. To the boat, at least. And I haven't really taken note of how much weight we've had as of late, but might be getting close to 1,200 at this point. Because we reached 1,100 a little while ago. I haven't really looked since then, or at least haven't made a point of checking. And we'll need to, of course, mark our next spot on the map. We're not at 1,200 yet, but we're getting there. Okay, so I think we go for this right on the edge. Although there's actually an interesting question here. Do we go up north first? For all these places in between Speakerog and on Skellig, and then maybe we might even finish overall with this one. So what I'm thinking is, what if we go clockwise and we go do these question marks first, and then go around this way, loop around to the south side of these islands and to these guys down here on the northern coast of Ard Skellig, and then get the last one here? Thinking that might be the way to go. Because otherwise, we're going to be going back and forth between more northerly and more southerly question marks, which I think is not great. Let's give this a shot. And there are definitely a reasonable amount of islands here that are unmarked. Don't have any question marks. I don't think they're gonna have a name. But looks perhaps even close to the amount that we saw in the Undvik area. So that does cause me to raise a bit of an eyebrow. Make me wonder how many, if any, additional unexpected things we might run into around here. So we'll keep our eyes peeled and probably will spend a little bit of time exploring even the islands that don't appear to have anything on them, at least not yet, based on what we know from our minimap alone. And we are so close to hitting that level, which I think would be an achievement in and of itself, because it really seemed like there was little to no experience that we were going to gain from this process. But it has been slow and steady. Okay, so this, for example, this island that we're coming up on right here is, whoa, looks a lot bigger when you're right next to it like that and zoomed all the way in. It does not have any markers on it at all. But I think we do check it out because it is potentially even the biggest of all these islands. Might even have this nice little section in between. Good landing place, good hub. I think there's going to be at least one thing here, because this is awfully big. There's already sirens here. There's some not-so-living people. Are they gonna have black magic dolls and apples? Do I know this game? Or do I know this game? It's a little too predictable. Okay, let's throw these on. Oh, they're harpies! They're actually harpies, not sirens. And level 19 is a little bit high. A little surprised. Not exactly what I was expecting here. Okay, the game is getting a little bit framey and somewhat consistently at that. Means I might even give it a quick restart here in the not-so-distant future if this does continue to be the case. Don't necessarily know if that's going to fix anything, of course, but it does just seem to be popping up a little more than usual. Maybe not just your coincidental little hiccup every now and then. Okay. So, I think we summon Roach, though. Because this is a pretty big place.
Giddy up.
We got a lot of ground to cover. Some of it is certainly elevated. Which, oh, what? Okay, there's clearly a chest there. But yeah, there's some of it that is change in elevation that's going to be a little bit hard to navigate with Roach, but you're telling me... Okay, I was going to say, for a second there, I had our Witcher senses on. It wasn't glowing, which was odd. I was going to say, you're telling me that we couldn't loot that? I was going to be awfully surprised. But ultimately we could loot it, it just wasn't glowing for some strange reason. Okay, that's already one additional source of loot. And there appears to be many more at that, assuming that these will have loot in them. They may not.
Whoa there, Roach.
They do. They do, though. And they're also not lighting up. Now this one is, though. It's strange. There are certainly more harpies flying somewhere overhead. Yeah, and we'll pick up even the junk, even the fishing rods. You know, we're trying to increase our weight. Counterintuitive to a certain extent. You know, in other circumstances you might not try to do this, but we're making it happen. Okay, so let's just take a look at what the exact shape of this island is, because it's a bit of a wonky one, right? Yeah, because there's this area in the middle that seems to be a nice area from which to launch our plan of attack, but maybe we just mark out all the various spots we might want to hit. And I think that many of them are going to be elevated. Kind of like this, meaning that we may need to go on foot. More or less. Does give us a good vantage point, because I think that we've already seen there are certainly plenty of the just random pieces of loot, the crates and whatnot around here. As whether there will be anything up here directly, that, I mean, generally speaking, we've seen little to anything. Little if anything, when we're going up to these great heights such as this. But also, this is going to be very, very difficult to get back up. So, I mean, we could give it a shot, but never really seen it. At least not in the time that we were up there for. So, I'm thinking we maybe pass on that one, and instead we'll try going for this little arm, this branch of the island, if you will. Got at least herbs. That looks like that could be something, though. It certainly does. Something glowing over there as well. Chain? Kind of odd. There are those. Just more herbs. Now I'm hearing... sound like intrigas. Which is a little odd. Probably wouldn't have expected to run into them here. Might even be over there that I'm hearing them. Yeah, it is. Okay, so that is a different island. Neighboring, but different island. Those look like drones. Intriga drones. For whatever that's worth. Okay. Don't really think I'm... Whoa, hold on. I was about to say don't really think I'm seeing anything here, but is that a rock or is that...
A storm, damn it.
Oh. We haven't seen many of them on our long excursion here. I mean, we did around Unvik, I think. But that may always happen? I don't know. I don't know. That may or may not have been a coincidence. Okay, well, that harpy's down. Any others want to dance? And it didn't drop loot. Ooh. Not cool, man. Not cool. No wonder the other harpies didn't want to hang out with you. You don't even carry loot. Okay. We've now done... If you're careful with this. There we go. We've now done... this and this side. Haven't really tried down here. And the other parts that look like they're separate islands on our mini-map may, in truth, feel more like they're an extension of the same island because there's so little water in between. Might just be a little bit of a shallow, wetlandy type of scenario. Kind of like what we're seeing here, almost. Though that is clearly shown up as land on the map. Okay. Just follow the light. Don't follow the light, you say? Nah, don't worry about that. Don't listen to those people. They don't know what they're talking about. Clearly, they've never tried following the light before. Clearly, they've never tried. Alright. Now, up here, there doesn't appear to be anything, but further still, does show a bit of promise. Wouldn't rule out a random chest or two around here, given what we saw previously. Those harpies, they do make some strange sounds, do they not? Not seeing much at the moment, though. Okay. Some glowy stuff there, though I think those are just herbs. Yeah. Okay, let's just take a quick look at our map and see if there are any other sections we should check out while we're up here. I mean, like, kind of there, but basically just trying to go to these corners now, I think. Ones that are what kind of look like separate islands. Yeah, they are. Fair enough. Kind of see it from here. Also, we are going to need to get down. I think the best way to do that is here. Oh, there's now a harpy that is trying to fight us. Somewhere. For a second, I thought it was Roach. Sorry, Roach. I didn't mean it, I swear. But did you still hit us? You may have. Did you drop loot? Technically, we're still in combat. With something? Ah, there you are. Really? That's awfully far away. Okay. Let's hop on Roach while we're at it.
Move it.
Alright, well that's a little bit aggressive.
Slow now.
And yeah, these harpies are definitely going to try to pick a fight with us. Okay, I see ya. I see ya. Roach is displeased with us. For good reason. For good reason. I mean, I was originally trying to get off of Roach. Harold was not having it. I was like, okay, we'll try just fighting off horseback. Even if Roach is not a huge fan of that approach. We need to probably just, like, hard everyone. Ideally. Like, hard everyone. That is very nice of you to wait your turn. I appreciated that. Pretty sure we did have the option to auto kill you. Okay, but at least these ones are dropping some loots. Of course, this loot doesn't weigh anything, and therefore it is objectively worse than the loot that we've been picking up from other sources. So, blah. Okay, now Roach, will you take us the short distance to the end of this little sandy area here? Just so that we can minimize walking. You might even be able to walk this. You can, in fact. Yeah, so, you know, maybe it is a little questionable as to whether this is really a separate island or not, but there does appear to still be things for us to loot here. Assuming we can take this stuff. Yes. Ooh. Mahakam trousers. Those, I'm pretty sure, are heavy armor. All the better for that reason. Way down our inventory, my favorite. This just a plant, or is there also chest hiding in there? It's just some plants. Here though, this is loot. As is this. Yeah, so this series of islands actually quite lucrative, as it turns out. Oh, and we certainly missed that. But before we do go back, I want to probably go to the end here. Just take a mental note that there is something back at the beginning that we do want to make sure that we pick up. While we're on this side, let's check this, because, yep, more here as well. This spot is just loaded compared to everywhere else. Maybe not necessarily the best loot all the time, but even with that being subpar, it's 2. Alright, fist stack, okay. That's just junk. What is that? That's actually loot. That's not just random herbs in the middle of the ocean floor. That's legitimately loot. So yeah, this place is quite good. Certainly, you could make the case that, okay, going to the other random, unnamed islands with no markers on them, generally not that rewarding. Maybe you could make the case, for that reason, pretty strong case. Not worth the effort. But this spot in particular, at least compared to the other ones, quite good. Quite good. There was the other spot back here, kind of close to Roach, was it not? Where we missed a loot source? I don't think it was this. Already got that. Okay. There it is. Yeah, we probably just rode right past it and didn't even realize it. Too busy speeding away with Roach. It's just a mug. Okay, and let's see. We're looking at this little island here, but there is also this little island here that we have not yet checked. Can we make it there with Roach as well? Perchance? Perchance, yes. Perchance, no. Is it this one right here? Are we running into enemies? Is that why Roach is getting upset with us? This one... Oh. Definitely not as level. Made me think maybe it won't be as lucrative, but hey. What did I say before? Apples and black magic dolls. Is there anything up here? So many times previously, we've climbed up these random islands, gone to the top, and wondered if there'd be something rewarding. And for once, I'd like for the answer to be yes. And on this occasion, there is at least a chest. Or, you know, a journeyman's weapon repair kit. And sometimes, that's all it takes. Sometimes that's all you need. So we'll take it. I'm assuming that's the last of stuff here, though we should probably keep Witcher senses on just in case, because you'd also see random bit of loot that was hanging out in the middle of the water earlier. Maybe we go back here a little bit, in case we zoomed past something here as well.
Come on.
Not seeing anything. Okay, so I think in that case, we've gotten all this stuff here. Question then becomes, do we start going over to these other unmarked islands and see if there's anything here as well? Or do we go up to these question marks next? And that's hard to say, because these ones are kind of close to these question marks, so you can make the case, well, do these and then come back to these. That might be best. I don't know. It's all rather close, I suppose. So it'll require a little bit of backtracking either way. Oh, come on, find a way to get around the tree or not. Or not. But yeah, either way it will require a little bit of backtracking, but not so much, so it'll be fine. Yeah, also, like, standing in the middle of a clearing in water in a thunderstorm. Don't try that at home. That's a bad idea. Can we bring Roach back now? Looks like. Come on. Okay.
Come on, Roach.
Did we mark the thing we wanted to... No, that's an old mark. We should just, like, mark our boat, basically. So that's where we want to go next. Okay. And I think we will go to the further north area. Check that out. Because that did have question marks, right? We do know that there's something there, definitively. Was it actually on the little islands, or was it a little bit off of those little islands? Since we marked our boat for our custom marker, we should actually mark the place we're trying to go now. Yeah, like that's off the island. Yeah, they're both a little bit off the island. It's kind of like through. It's directly north of the place where we are now, so I'm going to go around this way, I think. Okay. I think that is Speakerog on the left. Pretty sure. And are these the little islands that we were checking out before? We were able to just ride over to with Roach? This one that's straight ahead right now? Just want to double check real quick. Yes, it will be. Okay. We do need to go a little bit further inside than this. We know that's awfully shallow in between those islands and could end up beaching ourselves a bit, which is probably not what we want to do here. Probably best to avoid that. One thing that would be another interesting type of encounter to have when you go out into water like this, because of course we know that we've seen lots of smugglers' caches, and so lots of those sirens, tons of sirens, and a fair number of drowned dead as well. But just to mix things up a little bit, I think if they could have made some of them pirates, like, think about how we did run into a few pirate ships, and they were just basically a different gift wrapping around the same smugglers' caches. But I think if you could actually turn those into bandit outposts, basically, on a pirate ship, then that could have done a lot to mix things up a little bit. Because, you know, we've just had so many of these right here. And any day now, smuggler's cache confirmed. The sirens will, in fact, of course, try to beat us up once they notice that we're here, which will probably be right now, as we're about to loot this stuff. Probably more where you came from, of course. We hear ya. You know you're there. I'm getting a little greedy in terms of how much we're trying to do in one round here. We should surface, even if there's now sirens everywhere. Because we could use some breath back, even if you're about to drag us back under. Just a little bit of breath. Even if it's momentarily. It's gonna get us a tiny bit back. Can you shoot the actual siren that's trying to attack you? There is still another one. Now we can, though, do some of this. Get all of our breath back. Hello, siren. Are you going to do anything about our presence? Carol, could you please stay underwater? I did not tell you to surface. So maybe it was just devious enough. It actually meant that that siren swam directly over our head and didn't attack us. So maybe, yeah. Maybe Carol's onto something. Okay, but that's the smuggler's cache. Here is the little island, which I'm thinking we'll be able to get on here. Maybe not. Can't jump. Won't let me. So, oh, well, hold on. If we actually can walk, though, then we could jump. Here, come on. Nope, you're still not gonna let me, though. Geralt doesn't have the lower body strength to jump out of the water when 90% of his body is still submerged? Come on, Geralt. I thought you were a Witcher. I thought you had enhanced physical abilities. Have you not seen the video from, like, oh gosh, was it 10 years ago? About the guy jumping out of the swimming pool onto the, just the land next to him? It's one dramatic, super powerful jump. I think it was, well, like it's a college athlete who did it. I won't say it was like a college football player. Might have been a professional athlete. But, yeah, I mean, have you ever tried jumping out of water before? It is very difficult. It was quite impressive. I mean, this guy was like, you know, 3 foot deep maybe in water, maybe slightly less than that, and was able to jump all the way out of the water and onto the side of the pool. I was impressed. Okay, so let's hop in the boat. And there was at least one other question mark that was quite close, I do believe. And there are more sirens, of course. Because when are there not? Yeah, so it's this one over here at what is a much bigger island compared to what we were just at, but that's not saying too much. It's gonna give us a little bit of space. And this looks like a huge shipwreck here. It's intriguing. And I'm eyeing this spot as a good place for us to land. Okay. Almost looking like there's signs of settlement here, but maybe this is just the wood remaining from the shipwreck. Calling this a hidden treasure. We should probably save. It's been a long time since we last did that. Okay. Treasure is presumably somewhere in this boat. Question is, how do we actually get in it? Because it is elevated? I think the answer is potentially like this. Well, maybe not. You grab onto that, Geralt? Almost. You seemingly kicked it. I think we are making progress now. Probably still not the best way to do it, but it has miraculously worked. Ah, it's below. We'll break our ankles in the process, but I imagine it is in here. Just this? I swear, if that was it. Okay. Doesn't appear that that was it. Fortunately, we did not come all this way to the edge of the earth just for some random flower petals. That would be a little bit disappointing. But it is a nice little bonus, I suppose. And it seems that the primary thing is... Ah, oh, it's red. Hold on. This is what we were seeing the symbol for. I mean, that means that there theoretically is something quest-related here. Okay, Cliff of Igni. Sure. That's not new. That's just a decent crafting item. That's a book that we've seen many copies of before. I don't know. I suspect that the reason why that was red was because somewhere else we're going to find some note that would lead us over here. But I mean, we obviously already knew about this place because there was a question mark. But also part of me was tempted to ignite that and see if it would set the boat on fire. What? No, no, that's not what I was thinking. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I'm not trying to set the boat on fire. Of course not. That would be silly. That would be ludicrous. Why would I ever look to do that? Okay, now there is, in fact, well, some dead people. Can we hop down here? That looks like that's probably a little too far for us to want to hop. What is technically the correct way down here? Because, like I said, the way we got up was unconventional. Probably not best. Is there actually a way... Is there like a hole in the side of the ship that you can walk through? I don't think so. I don't think so. So it's not like a simple, oh, come right on in. Might be that you're supposed to make this jump. Ooh, somehow we didn't take damage. Normally you would run up and then jump, but we're encumbered, so we can't do the running part, so we couldn't actually make the jump. This island is big enough. I think we ought to spend a little bit of time searching it, but Roach says otherwise. Roach is not pleased about this location, apparently. Then again, we have enough changes of elevation, and maybe it is actually preferable to be on foot anyway. That's definitely not a place Roach is going to be going anytime soon. But just, well, fire's still going. Boat's still standing. For now. Can we? No! I just want to make it to the top. I must make it to the top. We're like those mountain climbers who want to climb the 7 summits. They're the highest mountain on any continent. Every continent. And that's basically what this is. Always trying to get to the top of whatever the highest part is of whatever island we find ourselves on. At this rate, it's certainly been more than 7. This looks somewhat significant. Maybe this is just the preferred way up. This is looking very path-like. Does raise suspicion. Alright. If you say so. Roach, maybe now? Now she's willing.
Hey, yeah.
Okay. Quick check
Slow
over
now.
here. Not seeing anything. Let's head back up this so-called path.
Run, Roach. Come on, Roach.
Yeah, see? Like a path, it's got those convenient,
Come on.
ledges for you to hop up. Because it makes me so suspicious. Hold on. Why is this here? Why would you go hop and hop if not to lead you to something, right? Hold on. Did we try going here? It's a fire. The dead dude. We can ignite this and burn in the process because we were kind of standing on it. But anything else? I mean, probably not, and we were perhaps at risk of falling back into that fire, but it just looks like there's supposed to be something else here. This seems like too much of a coincidence there to not be something else here, but I suppose the shipwreck will have to do. You just stay over there, Senor Siren, and you'll be fine. We'll leave you alone. When you come any closer, heals off. He says that, realizing that, well, we probably need to go back in that direction ourselves. So we explored this big island and then these little side islands here. However, we skipped this one, and this little one here. Probably go here next. This tiny little one is, I think, likely to be truly tiny. So I'm not sure we'll find anything there, but we'll check. Just to see. It's probably this one straight ahead of us. No markers on it, of course, so no guarantees, but it does look like I think we'll find a place where we'll be able to land pretty easily, and does perhaps suggest that there is a higher probability of us actually finding something of note here. We'll have to see, though. Thinking, like, right around here-ish will be our point of entry. I don't know. What are the chances of this one having anything special on it? Okay, let's pull up. Hop off. And hop in. I'm assuming we can actually climb up here. Assuming this is not too steep for us. I think we can just walk on up to this. Probably. There we kind of go. Sure. I mean, it's nice and grassy. But is there anything here? Is the real question. Is there actually anything here? At least at the moment, the answer appears to be no. And this one is so small that we were saying, you know, probably pretty low probability compared to the other ones that we're seeing next door that are considerably larger. So this one, maybe we leave it at this. We'll take a quick look over here, but like something hanging out down below. I don't think so. Ooh, might have been the preferred way to get up, to tell you the truth. Go from that angle, but I think we can say pretty definitively at this point that's just about everything here, and by just about everything, I mean there's just about nothing here. So be it. We've got other islands to hit. Geralt is walking on water. Okay. That's a first. Insert biblical references here. He's still doing it. He's still doing it. He's found a way. Oh dear, Geralt. Oh dear. I mean, at first, it was relatively shallow water, so you can make the case like, okay, sure, maybe it's just that it's not quite as deep as it looks. I mean, now we're in the ocean at this point. And he's still walking on it. He's still walking on it. Who needs the boat? All we need is manpower. Witcher power. You can do anything if you just set your mind to it. Alright, we'll hop in though. It is certainly faster. Okay. So, next on the list, in that case, is, I think, this one, which, like we said, is what? You know, 5 times as big? I mean, it's 5 times as likely to have interesting stuff on it? Maybe. Which you say, haha, Lids, 5 times 0 is still 0. Fair enough. But I believe it is this one right here. To our right. It's a matter of finding the right place. I think our landing. And I think it is on this side here. Yeah. This is looking pretty good. Yeah, and this one looks more promising to me. Already. This just looks a lot more like an island that you're actually supposed to go onto. Especially because there may or may not be something right here. And we did previously see that there were Intriga drones here. So we know for a fact that there's stuff here. At least of some variety. Okay. You guys are capable of doing some poisoning. And actually some pretty decent poisoning at that. It can add up. We do need to be kind of careful here. You did hit us. Did you hit us with... No, you didn't. It looked like you did, but somehow you didn't. And I'm actually pretty surprised by the lack of damage. I would have thought we'd hit you a little bit harder than this. And now we're taking poison damage. Might have been because we had Quen on before that we actually avoided it. I'm not sure if that will actually negate it or not. Is that another? That is another drone. That drone is hopping in and out of the water. It doesn't care. Quen back on if we can. Yeah, that little AoE that you're seeing there, that does poison damage, and then even their default attacks, I think, can do some. And we have a little bit of bleed chance, which is why you're seeing some of these Intriga drones are having some red numbers floating above their heads, even after we long since walked away from them. Finish this one off. That one's gonna try to take a fight with us. I think we probably more or less get rid of it. Yeah. Okay. We loot these ones. There's at least one more up here. You can also get red mutagens, which is not bad. Several of them at that. But, we're probably looking for something a little more significant than just a few monsters to fight. Because, of course, we want to pick fights. There are plenty of places we can do that. We're looking for something a little bit better than that. A little bit bigger than that. I mean, if you have a more elaborate, more unusual, rarer Intriga, then that's quite alright. Certainly would take that. The drones, though, we've seen them on many occasions prior to this. Hop. You have tremendous jumping capabilities. This much is true. I will not deny it. Have you ever considered competing in the Olympics? No? Shame on you. I think you would do well. Why not? Why not give it a try? It's probably worth popping a little bit of food now. And so the real question is, what, if anything, else is there up here? Because the Intriga drones, sure, but it's not really much. And God, am I seeing something there? Or is that just the tip of the mountainy thing here? Oh, hold on. Hold on. I spy with my little eye some loot. Or a rock. More like a rock. Okay. Never mind. I mean, there's still more ground to cover, yes, so we would still find something. But at least on that occasion, did in fact strike out. We were just standing there like a second ago, and now there's an Intriga drone. So you can't tell me that that did not spawn in. Because that is absolutely the way that that appeared here. There we go. I was gonna say, I heard a drone, or I heard an insectoid of some variety, and I thought, well, is this gonna be the big bad Intriga that we are hoping we might run into? Not just a drone like this one? Nah, I think that's still a drone. Sounds like it's burrowing. If you want to throw cool, more difficult Intrigas at us, I will totally take it. Is that a drone? That might not be. That one down there? No, it is. It is. For a second there, I was like, is that slightly different? Looks like that it's whatever you want to call that at the top might have been a little bit larger. But it is not the case. I do see there are some things down here on the shoreline, though. Some potential loots did catch my eye. Largely the reason why I figured we ought to go this direction, even if we're not terribly intrigued by fighting additional Intriga. You're about to do that. It does seem like if we have Quen on, we're not going to take any damage from it. Okay, well, one of you down, but we did lose the Quen. Let's throw it back on then. Could even just Igni you to finish you off once we get the stamina back, which, well, we'll swing the sword instead. Okay, this stuff I'm assuming is lootable. And may very well all be junk. Does seem like it. But that is an encouraging sign that at least, yes, there are in fact additional sources of loot here. Because that's more the kind of thing we're looking for. And we are, at the same time, we're what? We're 34 experience away from leveling up. So to tell you the truth, those drones are perhaps more welcome than we were giving them credit for. Have already been to that island over there where the harpies are making weird noises at us. Let's bring a Roach here, because we're encumbered and Roach is not. Just take a quick scan here. See if there's anything else we might have missed. But I think we probably have gotten the vast majority, if not all the big things, other than just like, is that a plant or is that a body?
Hey there.
That's a body. I thought that was a plant. Well, the body has plants, in the body's defense. For a second, I thought that tree limb was a harpy or something that was about to try to attack us. Anything else here?
Hey there.
Well, there are more Intrigas. Or is that the remains of an Intriga that we've already fought? I would not rule either of those things out. Ah, now look at this. Ah, this is what we're looking for. That's more like it. That's some better steps. Okay, so like, you have any more of those hiding around? Say, down here, for example. I mean, not that you have to, but you know, if you do, we're interested. But I think at this point we've now, especially after having checked this corner here, checked basically all the island here. And ultimately it did. It did seem to pay off. So, good thing that we were as thorough as we were. Do we? We go for it? Maybe we just, you know, do this first, and then throw a punch, and huzzah. In style. Okay. So, now I think we still have one more of these somewhat similarly sized islands. If Harold would, you know, get back in the boat. Similarly sized islands in this general area. Let's double check. And we are now across the 1,200 threshold. Yeah, so we've not yet checked this island, I don't think. We've been there. We just did this. Now we'll check this one, and then we know there's something here. I think we go with this one first. Which is basically straight ahead. And just trying to gauge if this has any probability at all. Well, there is this kind of landing zone here. Does perhaps suggest that witchers are welcome. But do we see anything? Is the next question. Also, Roach is not interested. Geralt is not even interested in whistling for Roach, mind you. So we will never know if Roach actually would have come here or not. Ah, okay, we got at least something. At least a little something here. Guy who banged his head on a tree and is now no more. And we previously got the black magic doll, and so of course we were now overdue for an apple. That makes sense. Anything else? Still not whistling for Roach. Geralt just won't do it. He's had enough. Had enough of that madness. Now, I think we'll start with just the coastline here and walk around a bit, see if we run into anything obvious, like, well, The dead guy who banged his head against the tree. No, that's not the way to chop down trees. I know your mom said you had a sharp mind, but that's not what she meant. But then, once we've done the coastline, we'll maybe take a closer look inside there. I mean, there may not be much else to look at. Well, there are monsters on here. Higher up. Either they're at the top of this hill, or they are flying. Didn't really see if there were harpies circling around here or not. We're headed in that general direction. We may be about to find out. Well, they're bandits, actually. Really? Human life? Here? That's a little surprising. Now, is there any reason for you to be here? Because, who knows how the heck you guys survived here for who knows how long. Almost pity you. Oh. Well, that happened. So, we'll loot these two guys down here, and we'll see if there happens to be anything that these guys have. How the heck were they living here for as long as they were? Beats me. Not like they had any reliable source of, well, I would say food, except maybe, you know, you could fish. Suppose that's probably quite doable from here. But salt water? I assume this is salt water, actually. I guess we don't really know, but... So, how are you getting water? Drinkable water is maybe the real question. Suppose you could boil it. But who knows if they knew that. Thinking that is probably the only stuff here. Between the dead body, or bodies, I actually forget how many there were. And then, the bandits. This was the side that we were on where we left our boat, right? Yeah, it is. Okay. In that case, let's put our marker on the boat. And head on back. And now were we done with this set of islands here? Yeah, we're done with the ones that don't have any question marks on them. This next one will have a question mark on it. It is still close by. But we know for certain we will find something of note. And I think the question mark is actually physically on the landmass. Which does mean that it could be something a little bit different. Not necessarily just going to be your smuggler's cache. And this is a skinny enough little island that maybe even that's possible here, although normally you'd say if it's on land, then no. But I'm curious what we're going to find here, because that's actually a very steep mountain. Such a small little area. It's like some drowners on the shore. Several of them. So I'm guessing guarded treasure? That would be my guess. Hello, fellas. Howdy do. What you guys got here? You hiding something? Hiding something from Carol? That's not cool. How did we hit you with the Igni? Wow. Can't imagine that was really supposed to happen. Actually, still don't know what the question mark is, but drowners appear to be no more. So there's that. Could poke our head on the far side of the island, or by far side I mean that side of the island where the question mark isn't, just to see if there happens to be something else. Something that is not marked, but is still here, and potentially notable enough to be worth pursuing. But at least at the moment, it's looking like just flowers. And not much else, unless there's something at this final point here. But the answer to that appears to be yes. It's more flowers. More wolfsbane. Alright, let's go back this way then. Oh. Some ledges. I mean, we know there's something here. So it's not like that's telling us too much that we didn't already know, but it is oftentimes a bit of a hint of like, hey, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, you should go this way. Climb up these ledges. Basically like a pseudo-natural staircase.
Hey there.
Actually, this is not even natural. This is apparently man-made. And here's a not-so-living person who also has flowers. It's so sweet. Kind gesture. Guarded treasure. Okay, I just think that we've... Ooh, that didn't end well for you. We've already gotten the people who were guarding it. And by people, I mean drowners. It has grayed out now. Let's maybe not ignite that. It seems like that might be a bad idea. Is there anything else further here? Doubtful. The island is quite a bit longer. Oh no, this is the part where we were saying it gets very high up. Very quickly. I'm not sure we want to test our luck trying to go up that, because if we are to do that, we fall. Not gonna look good. Not gonna look good. So we'll head back. And at this point, we're continuing to load up on the inventory. And so we are, I would think at this point, considerably above 1,200. Let's see, where exactly did we leave the boat? Over here? Okay. So, we'll head back over. And we'll double check just how much stuff we have at this point. And I think there might be one more question mark. So guaranteed thing of note in one of these neighboring islands, but we'll verify that in just a second here. Okay, no, still just a little bit above 1,200. And for our map... Ooh, okay, yes, question mark, for guaranteed stuffs. Although this is actually a series of islands. The question mark is right in the middle of it. That's interesting. It is in the water. So it could potentially be a smuggler's cache. Although, not entirely sure what to expect here. Because there's enough land nearby that it could be something that's more land-based. This may even be part of it here. Like, is it this boat? In which case it probably is a smuggler's cache. There's some sirens hanging around it, so I'm thinking that's probably the case. I think so. And let's get out. Okay, I'm already seeing some, what I think are chests on the islands there, so that's encouraging. That suggests that we will find some new things here, or at least some additional loot above and beyond things that we already knew existed. Okay, these are, yep, smuggler's caches and super sirens, level 19, which is a little bit high, at least for the enemies that we tend to run into in these situations. But that's kind of a good thing, because I believe before we entered this area, we needed 20 experience to level up. And that might be doable here if we don't die to suffocation, because we are rather low on breath right now, and we are about to get dragged back underwater. So let's just, make a point of getting back up to full breath. Oh, there's a combination of sirens and the super sirens here. Not all the same. There are so many of them, though. When does it end? Not now. Not yet. That all of them? Maybe? So I'm curious, how much experience did we get from that? Oh, we actually leveled! We actually leveled there. 22 experience, it would appear. So there you have it. Yes, after fighting approximately 3 bazillion sirens, it was finally enough for us to get an experience point, or well, a bunch of experience points, enough to level up here. We have an ability point, that's what matters now. And, so, thought we were making a bit of an effort to continue to upgrade the whirl, and what happens every time we upgrade it? Any attack that strikes all foes, we know that. Maintaining the attack consumes stamina and adrenaline, consumes less stamina and adrenaline when we upgrade it. And also improves our adrenaline point gain. So it basically just makes it easier to sustain it for longer, and it is quite strong. So the longer you can sustain it, definitely bigger difference it'll make, although it just doesn't feel like a super dramatic difference maker. Just hard to get excited about consuming 10% less stamina than we had before. We could do it, and then how close are we getting to unlocking the next round? I think we were saying getting all the way through Whirl, and then Rend also looked a little bit intriguing. Critical hit chance on the crossbow. No thanks. Instantly gain 1 adrenaline point when entering combat. The adrenaline points generated by sword blows are increased. Oh! This also looks quite nice, especially if you consider combining it with Undying. Seems like a really nice synergy. Perhaps not a coincidence that these are, of course, on the same component of the tree. But the problem is we don't have a place to put that right now. When do we get this last spot here? At 30. So we're 3 levels away. Still a bit of a ways to go. But it's not totally out of the question. Oh, hold on. Didn't mean to do that. Meant to go to the sign group here. And then I think most recently we were actually upgrading Igni Intensity. And it wasn't a huge difference just taking one of these, but I think we were assuming that after taking several, it would start to add up quite a bit, because we do use Igni fairly aggressively. I think at least feels like it would be the one that gets most noticeably affected by sign intensity. Like, you know, it's hard to notice the difference of sign intensity for something like, I don't know, say hard, for example. Maybe, like, also don't entirely know what it does to begin with to increase the sign intensity. Maybe just, like, stunning them longer, and similar for Axie, which can be good, but I just don't think we use that quite as often. So I think we take the upgrade here for Igni Intensity, and then as we continue to level up and maybe reach level 30, then we can start to consider more of maybe opening up into Rend or even Razor Focus. But that is a long ways away. For now, we've got more loot that Geralt has realized he does not want to loot. We may have reached bug territory. Oh no! Got this. Yeah, we actually avoided that for a long time. Can we actually loot this? Now we can. Okay. Where, of course, we run into it, I don't know how many times in total. Hard to say, because it spanned the entirety of the playthrough. But, moments where, for whatever reason, when we're underwater, we can't actually open chests, can't actually loot anything. But after doing a ton of Smuggler's Caches, never ran into that, which is good. Otherwise, we might have been restarting the game a lot. But there's tons of additional loot here. Now, I'm guessing this is actually going to be junk loot. I mean, I hope it isn't, but there's so much of it here that, for it to be anything else would be a little bit surprising. Now, that is probably still better than I was expecting. I mean, I was expecting, like, quite literally junk items, like ashes. We'll take junk weapons, and, well, that's not too bad. Stuff that will actually sell. And if you add all that up, it actually turns us into a pretty darn lucrative little island here. compared to many others that we've seen, where we found, if we're lucky, one of these types of barrels. Now, are these explosives or are these? No, I think that's loot. That's loot. They're pretty much items, you know, the bottom of the barrel, Velen long swords and whatnot, but we'll take it in this slightly hidden chest. I have a little bit higher hopes for you. What do you have? Tamarinim ingot? Not bad. Good crafting material. Roach. Can you make this a little bit easier for us to scan the area, see if we missed anything? Let's go all the way to the edge here. I think we've seen everything. Yeah. In that regard, so just want to check. More so if there's anything back in this direction that we did not catch.
Faster.
Anything else? Anything hidden in the brush? Given how much stuff we've seen here, I wouldn't necessarily rule it out. Oop, hold on. Don't headbutt the tree stump. That's not gonna help. Okay, I think that is, in fact, everything now. But this was a series of neighboring islands that we could check the tippity top here. But nothing here either. How do we get down safely?
Whoa there, Roach.
Whoa there indeed, but I think this is probably still a relatively safe way down. But yeah, there were a few islands that were, hold on, right nearby. So this was one of them. But I'm not even necessarily sure if this was the one where I first saw loot on the shore.
Take it easy.
Or if it was a different one. I mean, this looks like it's the closest one to the boat that we were looting earlier, so probably was. But, like, we could certainly... I don't know, is it worth taking the boat to the other islands? Maybe just so we don't leave it behind and have to trek back to get it. Might be still a little bit better. But we'll check out the other islands, because I think we might find more still around here. This seems like, generally speaking, when it comes to the little random islands that are unnamed, and I mean, technically this one kind of sort of had a marker on it, or at least a marker next to it, for the ship that you're seeing right there. But it seems like, for the most part, either the islands are terrible and have basically nothing, or they're quite lucrative and have a lot. And so, okay, I mean, I did tell Geralt to stand up, but I then second-guessed myself, thought, nah, we can go a little bit closer, right? Also, there's probably a better place for us to make a landing here. Thought there was still a siren hanging out next to this boat, so we don't necessarily want to get too comfortable here. That is, speaking of too comfortable, probably a little too close to that edge of the island there for comfort. Like, can we make it up there? Can we hop on here? It's a little steep. Hold on. But it can be done. Is there anything on this island? And how big is this island compared to, say, the one that we were just on? This, I mean, other than this tiny one here, I suppose it's roughly the same size as the one we were just on. So the topography is quite different. This is seemingly much hillier. Whoa, speaking of which. Now, is there anything on here? Is that... That's the boat we were looking for. Okay, I was going to say, is that a second boat? One that we didn't know existed? No, that's the same one. Couldn't even get Roach here. Where'd you go, exactly? Really? Alright, Roach, if you insist. Whoa, hello! Where the heck did you come from? You existed as soon as we hopped on Roach. Oh, it's actually not hard, because you might just fall into the water. You may have even been the siren that was hanging out next to the boat, and you just so happened to take a very wide loop. Portos, I actually, as that siren was spawning, I was looking over in this direction, thought I saw something else. That's a dead guy.
Slow now. Whoa.
Several. In fact, many dead people. In fact, one of those I do not believe is a person. What is this? I am not sure. Werewolf saliva and werewolf mutagen. Okay. More flowers from the dead people. But somehow a werewolf got here and took out a bunch of people. As for why they were here to begin with, your guess is as good as mine. And by that I mean that obviously the werewolf had a special shipment of rawhide bones that he was going to send to those people. And I mean, they didn't realize the irony of it, of course, at the time. Werewolf, or the people didn't realize that, well, I mean, of course he wants rawhide bones. He's a werewolf. That's the best he can do when he doesn't have actual human bones to gnaw on. But it was all just an elaborate ruse. He's going to pretend to give the rawhide bones to the humans, bait them in to approaching, and then turns into the werewolf and actually attacks them, and then has, well, the real thing instead. That's just Siren.
Go.
And, well, see, but the thing is, I don't actually want to go. I'm actually just trying to take stock of where we should go next, because I think we've probably done just about everything on this little island, which means the next one is probably this big one here. And this is pretty big. I mean, that's like a corner of one of the major islands. And it's what? This? Across the water, I think? So that means let's get down, but maybe not that way. Where did we come up here before? Roach would serve us well. I think it's probably best for us to hop in ourselves. I think it is just right here, basically. And I hear insectoids. Saw some Indriga drones on a previous island. There could be many of them here, though, based on how many commotions we started to see there. What are they exactly, though? Guessing they're level 20 Indriga drones, but I could be wrong. Oh, warriors. And we'll save here. Actually, I hovered over the save button, then didn't press the save button. But, I mean, the warriors are weaker. This is not really much of a challenge here. Not even a challenge. Yeah, you heard that right. I said it. What you gonna do about it? Oh? What you gonna do about it? What about that? Nothing. Okay, we'll loot them. And, I mean, it doesn't mean much. Well, I mean, it's perhaps a sign that there's more to expect out of this island. Yes. That much is good. However, fighting little Indriga warriors is not really a huge deal. It's more what I mean. We have our sights set on something a little bit bigger. Hoping we might find something a little bit more significant. So we shall see what there is on this island, because I have to imagine, with the size of it, that there's something here. Something beyond just the Indrigas. Okay, well, and fallen trees. And herbs.
Not so fast, Roach.
No, actually, you can speed it up, Roach. You're good. If you could climb that, but... Okay. Elevation is going to start to get a little bit tricky here. Might need to abandon Roach soon. Heard something there, I thought. Okay, and now it's starting to level out a little bit. Okay, yes, there is.
Whoa there, Roach.
Oh, now this is more my style. Okay. Gonna give us an insectoid. Give us an interesting insectoid. What is this one? Some kind of a raucous? Is it armored? What kind is this? I'm not sure we've seen one with this kind of... I mean, it looks like a pine cone on its back, let's be honest. Did we put on Quinn? Yeah, we have. This is gonna be potentially... Oh, it's just a normal Arrakis. It's level 11. It's no big deal, but also please come back. Please, we're encumbered. We can't run. Please return. Please? Here we go. Hey, how's it going? Oh, really? You gonna be like that? Alright, well, that was fun while it lasted. But it didn't last long. Okay, because those are, I mean, still only level 11, so I was hoping it was going to be a more elaborate kind of rockets that was more difficult to fight than that. But still an unusual encounter. So, we'll take it. But let's see, we were up on this area with Roach. We could resummon her. Just get her a little bit closer so that we don't face the consequences of being encumbered. And the reason why we're encumbered is because we are trying to basically set the record for how much weight you carry at one point in time. We're at 1,240 right now. Yes, you read that correctly. That is true.
Move it.
But is there anything else here? What I'm really wondering, let's maybe not go off the edge into the water with Roach. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time. Would not be the first time. We've definitely been there, done that.
That's it, Roach.
Okay, anything in this little valley area? Because that does sometimes indicate that there's something of note. More enemy bandits. And again, you're in the middle of nowhere. What are you guys doing here? No. Get off Roach. Leave Roach alone. Don't touch her. None of that. There's still one more. There he is. I was gonna say, he's just chilling while we're frying his friends. You're actually level 16, the other one was something lower than that. Let's see. Your loot is here. Your loot is here. And a random wolf hide is over there. Now, random bandits over here. Did you actually have any reason to be here? Okay, now you did. You had some stuff here that you were holding on to. Is it junk? Probably, for the most part. But we'll take it, because we are just trying to fill up our inventory with as much junk as we can get right now. That's actually a pretty good repair kit right there. So we'll take this. And there was some indication of additional enemies here, I thought I saw. It might have just been the sign of the siren that we saw hovering somewhere. Something like that. Because, I mean, it was there and then it wasn't. Does perhaps suggest... We can see that herb from over here. Wow. That's impressive. That's quite a distance. I don't think we've tried looking at this tiny little island over here. Just take a quick... Oh, that's not the menu I meant to do. I think it's the tiny one, yeah, right here that we... I mean, we could check it. It's pretty minuscule. We could practically see everything from here. I mean, part of me feels like that little crater-like part in the middle would be a good place to hide a chest. So it's possible there is, in fact, something there. But I think we've probably just about exhausted everything on this island here, unless we missed something where we currently are, but I don't think so. So, oh, I mean, not that. This is the boat that we raided. Not actually drivable. Our actual boat is down there. So I think, might it even be better for us to swim from here on out? Wait, hold on. Yeah, our boat is way up there, which doesn't look like it's very far, but when you have almost 1,250 weight worth of stuff. It's a little painful. I mean, we could take Roach. I suppose that's the real answer. That's the real answer. Take Roach. Excuse me? Roach! What was that all about? Rude? Or just like, I would rather swim away from you to who knows where than actually allow you to ride me. We would like to do that, because we'll backtrack a little bit here just to get to the boat. The camera is not doing us many favors here. But do that, and then the boat will, of course, be a faster way to get to that little island. But think on net, that's probably still preferable. Even if it means covering more ground, we're just covering it faster. It probably does pay off. So we'll hop in. And I don't know what the chances are of us actually finding something. Come on, Daryl. Actually finding something on this tiny little island. I mean, generally speaking, the larger the island, the higher the probability of you actually getting something, right? But I don't know. I was saying it a little while ago, but this general area has been pretty lucrative. This does require us navigating through this narrow little channel here, which is a little bit concerning. Because at least on the map it looks like it's possible, but in actuality, how tough is it? We're about to find out. I think it's right through here as we're kind of seeing. There are also potentially sirens nearby. I'd rather not have to mess with right now, but okay, so it's looking doable. These are the islands. The little, I mean, island is maybe even a strong word. At least for this one over to the right. Rock is maybe more accurate. Let's not get too close, otherwise our ship will hit a rock. This is the one that we're thinking could potentially have something, though. Does it, though? Does it, though? I was thinking, like, in this little alcove here, perhaps? Although, right here? But obviously not seeing anything right now, unless there's a dramatically placed something or another by this broken in half tree. Not looking like it. Oh. That's just a distant siren. I mean, we can check the other pinnacle, but I don't really think so. Nope. And that's Ard Skellig. What's up, Croc? But I believe this means that we are now headed back to a new island. So it's not headed back in that case, but we're going to a new island, and one that I believe has a question mark on it, and therefore has something guaranteed of interest. In that way, we're headed back to something that we've seen before. As for what it's going to be, though, let's check, and let's... Well, I mean, we don't know yet, but... well, actually... Okay, this will be out in the middle of the ocean first. Ooh. Yeah, so how do we want to approach it from here? I think we were saying best way would be get all these little islands and stuff around these little islands on the way to Skellig. And then once we've done probably this one, then you start going southern routes and get maybe basically this half over here. And then you probably finish on this one. Like a clockwise loop. Kind of like that. So let's get at it and see if we can navigate this tiny little area. Oh, yes, we can. Yes, we can. Okay, so it's gonna be out in the middle of the ocean. What is that? Is it just me, or is there like a single tree that is floating out in the middle of the ocean? Tiny little tree, like more or less straight ahead, slightly to the right of us. Or is that something else? It's something. It might even be this question mark. I think it is. What the heck? Okay, there are monsters here that are probably about to attack our boat, which I'd rather not have happen. I would rather shoot you with crossbow as you're about to... Oh, they're actually ground dead. Expecting them to be sirens. But it's this thing. Now, seeing there is another ground dead that's headed for us, but what is this? Can we shoot you from here? That we can. That we can. It is, in fact, the guarded treasure? Guarded by what? Those ground dead? Or something horrendously awful that's about to absolutely annihilate us as soon as we actually step foot on here. No. I mean, we'll take it. Sure. And we'll just put that out as well. Not what I was expecting. Because, well, was quite surprised to see a random floating tree on what is probably the smallest island that we have seen. I think that is safe to say, even after having gone through almost the entirety of the 7 Seas of Skellige. I think that one, you know, we'll call that an island. We won't call that a rock, because it has a tree. Maybe that's our new definition of what constitutes an island. It has to have at least one tree. And you have passed the test. Ridiculous as you may appear. Ridiculous as you may appear. Okay, but now let's make sure that we are marking what comes next. And... okay, I think it's these guys. The question is, what order do we do those in? And also... okay, so this is as far up as my cursor will let us go. Can we actually go to this island? Does it exist? Or is it technically outside the bounds of the world? Don't know. It's right on the edge, so I'm a little bit tempted to give that a shot. Might even go for that now. Well, it is showing up here, but I don't know. It's gonna be awfully close, I think. Let's try, we'll just drop a quick save here, but I don't know. There's no marker on it. There's no question mark or anything like that, so we don't know of anything being here. I mean, if it does actually exist, and well, if it's actually a place where you can walk to, then I'd have to imagine there's got to be something here, right? They wouldn't just put this island, a pretty large island, out of the edge of the world and have nothing on it. I mean, they have a tiny little rock with a tree that has loot. Surely you're doing something with this, right? Well, we'll see if we actually get the notice that says, end of the world, please turn back. Hasn't happened yet, and this place is getting bigger, which is a bit of an encouraging sign. Don't want to get my hopes up too much here, but at this rate, we're practically there. Does raise the question of where do we get on this thing, though? Because looks like pretty steep cliffside. Just about all around. So maybe that's the secret. Is that, yeah, technically you can get here. It's just that there's no way to actually physically walk onto the island. It's pretty big, though. This is not really any shallower. I mean, we can try going around to the far side, but that's really pushing it in terms of the edge of the world.
Miles and
Yeah,
miles
now,
and
okay.
miles.
Now it tells us to turn back. Now it's forcing us to turn back. So I'm actually not sure if you could make it on or not. Because, I mean, that happened, like, right as we were getting roughly in line with the island, right? So, for a second there, for a second I saw the boat and I didn't see Geralt. I was like, what happened? Oh my god. What have you done? But yeah, I think you may actually not be able to go there at all in that case. So let us reset our focus on something that we actually can do. And that's not the place that we're seeing directly below us, because we've already been there. Actually, further to the east. Oh, I thought you said west. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think our I'm imagining that's our silver sword is the one that's showing up red on the side of the screen there. I guess it's pretty beat up because we've been using our crossbow way more than anything else, but it did seem like against some of the enemies that were monsters specifically, we were dealing quite a bit less damage than I would have expected. And we have definitely fought far more monsters than humans as of late. Have run into a surprising amount of bandits, and even occasionally pirates a while ago. But still, I think chances are we're flowing through the durability on our silver sword quicker than we are our steel sword at the moment. Okay. I believe this will be the set of islands that we're looking for. And there are several of them. Here's to see, there's a non-zero chance that these will actually have names. We just start with the top one. And by top, I mean northernmost and closest to us as things currently stand. Very thin. Does hopefully mean they will be quite straightforward to explore once we get on them. I don't think we want to go much closer than this. Okay. This looks like the straightforward place for us to swim up. This one I thought did have a question mark on it, although it might have been actually in the waters slightly next to it. So there's actually two. Well, there's one here that's definitely on the island, and this is like kinda sorta. Let's actually take a quick look in this corner while we're here, and I have to imagine Roach can show up here, right? Yeah. We'll try this. Witcher sense is active.
Not so fast, Roach.
Here's some, well, look like,
Giddy up.
sound like drowners over there, but nothing, at least on the island here.
That's it, Roach.
Yet. Though this looks like it could potentially be something.
Come on.
Yeah, it's a guarded treasure. Appears to be guarded by more drowned dead. Seems to be generally the case when it comes to guarded treasures that we've run into on all these various islands. And usually level 18. Yep, okay. So, nothing too unexpected here. If they could just, you know, like, actually... Whoa, hello! Get closer so we could actually fight them. I said that, not realizing that one of them was, in fact, sneaking up behind us. Okay, just, like, not do that? Or all simultaneously get tried? That'd be lovely. This one's just chilling. Which I say, come on, it's combat a world. Okay. So we will, of course, check out what it was that they were officially guarding. But there may still be more to explore on this island, because we know there is another question mark that is kind of, sort of, out here. Let's see. Oh, actually, multiple things here. Okay, I'm thinking that chest to the right is probably the one that has bigger stuff in it. Well, who knows? Well, I hope it does, because the left chest was not terribly good. Yeah, it's not amazing. Okay. Roach, please return. And, well, that's... Eventually. You'll get it. First try.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's check for other stuffs here. This is like almost a path.
Move it.
Oh, I thought we were going to the water there. I thought we were going straight into the water. Whoopsie. Maybe we go a little bit slower than that.
Slow now. Whoa.
Can we go this
Come
way?
on.
Not really. I think the answer to getting to the far side of this island is still probably this
Get in.
way. I mean, we could even just go on the shoreline. Shoreline is still certainly navigable.
Run, Roach.
In fact, is probably preferable as well. What
Let's
else? Thought it was in a little area kind of like this, where there was a bit of an inlet. But if we're looking at some changes in elevation here, such as this, then I think probably best to go on foot, encumbered as we may be. Maybe. We can do it. Okay. Is there something similar over here? There are certainly sirens, yes. Did we actually mark the question mark with a custom marker? I don't think we did. And we're seeing the siren showing up on our map now. I mean, that shouldn't be much of a surprise, right? I think this might be... Yeah, this is the spot we're looking for. It is a guarded treasure, confirmed. This is maybe not the best place to be fighting sirens. You know, on the top of a very skinny little mountain where we could very easily fall in or fall off. Speaking of falling in, also can't swing our sword when we're in the water like that. Let's get our going, because these guys don't really want to seem to come down to fight us for reals. Where are you? One down. Or several of you. That was not close enough to actually knock you down. And we don't have Art back. Not in time for that. And that one I just rushed. Alright, you guys could be a lot more cooperative here. I would appreciate that, in fact. Tell you what. Enough of this. That's more like it. Oh no! Get him! Get the Super Siren. Okay, like if we could find a place that just has a little bit more ground from which to fight you, like even this is marginally better. Could actually feasibly argue if I saw which direction you were coming from. Please stop. Please let me regain. Please let me regain my bearings. And then start attacking, and then I will argue, and then I will take you out, like so. That's more like it. Okay. Could have been a little bit cleaner, but job's done. Okay, and the guarded treasure is actually a little bit on the other side, but we'll just nab the loot here from the sirens real quick. And one more. Lock from you. Okay. So yeah, it's on this end here, and I imagine that those sirens we were just fighting were the ones that were technically the people guarding this treasure, which is underwater. Right here. Any good? It's not great. Certainly seen better. Say most smugglers' caches are superior to that in terms of the results. Apparently we took out that siren. Don't ask me how. Okay, and then there was also, speaking of smugglers' caches, yeah, there was this question mark over here in the water, which is probably a smuggler's cache. But we probably want to get back to the boat to make that happen. And to get back to the boat, we probably want to get Roach back, because Roach is faster than us, and we cannot jump from here, which is unfortunate, because I would like to get back on land. Can we say, get on over here? Can you let us hop onto this, maybe? Oh, let us jump, come on! Might as well jump. This side? Surely. Surely he'll let us get up here. Oh. And by get up here, I mean don't force us to dive off like that. Geralt is not cooperating. More gradual incline still. Over here. Suppose we can make that happen? We'll go for this, in that case. You've got to be able to do this one, right? Surely. Surely this is possible. I would have been shocked. We could not. Okay. Now we, in theory, should be able to get Roach back. At least once we're a little bit further away from the water, perhaps. And there you are. Now we'll just sprint across the other side of the island, get back to our boat, check out the, I assume, to be Smuggler's Cache. If Roach can surmount this, which she may not be. Oh, okay, well, so much for the Roach plan. Also, we are now apparently fighting a siren while on Roach, while on the side of a mountain. This is fine. This is fine. Can we use signs from here? Can we do that? Come back here. I mean, we're not terribly mobile. Oh, okay, we're totally fine. Also, Roach is going to become very afraid very quickly. This may be the other reason why this is not going to be the most effective strategy. And confirmed, we cannot use signs. But, they are not actually done yet. We'll get you. Are you on like 0 HP? You're on 0 HP. And Roach tosses us off and into the water. Okay. To be fair, we did deserve that. We did deserve that. Oh, now is the siren still not going to give up on us? He's going to continue to pursue us around as we're swimming. I'd rather it not do that. And, well, it would be nice if there were, say, another place for us to actually get on land and re-summon Roach and just sprint over. Okay, we're still having the combat music. I don't see siren. What the heck is this? Oh, that's a siren that we took out previously. I was like, is that a sea monster? In some ways, yes. Oh, also, we're not gonna really get up through that. Hold on. This, then mountain climbing. Maybe not, maybe not. Oh. Alright, around we go, if you insist. If you insist in not letting us try to climb 80-degree angles. Doesn't mean I won't continue to try them. We've had reasonable success with it. It does often work. Yeah, but here I think we're getting to the place where we really need to be, which is the other side of this island, where we perhaps don't need to be quite as concerned about having to go past these very tall, mountainy places. Because now we summon Roach, and now we just sprint along the shoreline here, and we are golden. Roach, the part where I said sprint along the coastline, we were supposed to be on your back when that happens, is the one thing. I know, maybe a bit of a technicality, yes. Probably should have mentioned that more explicitly from the beginning, but now we're good. This is what I mean. This is where the original guarded treasure was. I don't think we're missing anything here. And then the boat is back here. Okay. There we are. Yeah, that would have been a bit of a pain to walk that. So eventually, we got it to work. And yeah, I suspect that it might even be those, I think, drowners that we were kind of seeing hanging out in the water there on the other side of the island. That might be the presumed smuggler's cache that we are setting our sights on now. Let's just back this thing up a bit. and bring her around town. So, I mean, what else would it be, right? I mean, Spoils of War, which is functionally the same thing. What is that? Is that a siren or is that a rock? Either way, let's not hit it. Okay, but we are going to start to see some enemigos appearing in the not-so-distant future. Huh. That's not exactly what I expected to see. It is a Spoils of War. They are drowned dead. We will shoot them in the face. They will sneak up on us. But fool me once. Shame on me. Fool me twice. Not gonna happen. Okay, so, well, I thought I saw the chest a while. Okay, there. This might even be the only one. Let's see what happens to the marker if it grays out after this. Okay. That looks like that may not be bad, although we are getting stuck on the side of the boat, and there is another drowned dead hanging out here. Can we shoot you and then resurface before we run out of breath, and then maybe take another quick glance down there to see if there is, in fact, anything else that we might have missed? Right back. Now, just check a little more thoroughly. But it did, I think, gray out. Yeah, the marker, so at least we got the primary chest. The question is just, is there anything in addition to that? And I'm not seeing anything lighting up here. I'm pretty sure we're in the clear to keep on moving. That is what, a siren? Okay, well, instead of staring at the siren and slowly suffocating to death, probably surface. Pretty sure that's more or less exactly how sirens, you know, typically take out the sailors. Well, you know, that and eat them. Okay. So, I believe we are, at this point, likely just kind of hopping from one long, narrow island to another long, narrow island. This one will be smaller, though. So we may find that this is only going to have something notable where we know there is this question mark. I'm not loving those sirens. That's actually a pretty sizable quantity. I'd rather just kind of skirt around them real quick. Have we checked out that tiny little island there? We can see the little tree. Tiny little island with a tree that we saw earlier. That's further off in the distance there. You can still check it out, though. This one, though, I don't think we have been to. And it almost looks like there could be something here. I mean, it's going to be an awfully quick check, right? Come on, come on. Oh, no. Carol, we're not doing this. You can't tell me that you can't actually get up on that. I mean, there is a little section off to the side here. Once Carol no longer insists on diving away from the island that we're trying to go on. Here we go. Okay. So, like, is there anything up here besides ankle-breaking climbs? Seemingly not. Seemingly not. But this is the place we're looking for over here. And I'm thinking this is going to be a guarded treasure. And those sirens there are going to be the guards. But time will tell. Let's throw on our Quinn. And hello, friends. How's life on this remote island? On which you probably rarely, if ever, see other life forms. And, well, it is in fact a guarded treasure. We should probably just do this. I thought there we go. Now we have it. Okay, apparently we've already taken you out. Who is remaining? You? I'm not sure we're going to get there in time. Because we cannot run. We are encumbered. Down you go, but there's still one more siren? Or something up there. Base now, our mini-map says there is an enemy, and it is elevated. But I'm not seeing
What
anything
now,
fly.
you
Oh,
piece
I
of
was gonna say I wasn't seeing anything flying, so maybe it was just chilling up there. Well, this is an entirely different siren, because the other thing is still up there. But I think that may still be worth investigating later, once we deal with all these sirens. Seeing if there is, in fact, something special over there, too. That might be a siren hanging out there in the water as well. We might have one more visitor fairly soon. But yeah, that's actually the thing that's guarding the treasure, and that has a big wing. That is some kind of draconid. So we'll have to be a little bit careful about that. See, that's not actually lootable, despite looking like it's lootable. Okay, let's save for that reason, because I mean, sometimes draconids, I mean, they look tough, but they're actually low level. This is going to be a problem. So we need to do a running jump to get here, and we can't run because we currently have 1,255 weight units worth of items right now. So we've done this once before when we were doing this stuff, looting things on an island, and we had to do one of these long jumps. And the way you do it is, well, there's about to be a very large pile of things at our feet. We did just save, so if the game decides that it doesn't want to acknowledge that all these things do in fact continue to exist on this spot, then we can reload said save and keep our bazillion items. Okay, we actually probably don't really care about dropping runestones, because it's not going to make a big difference, but the pantaloons, trousers, those have got to go. Oh man. Oh man. Still over 1,000. So this is a bit of a preview of what it's going to be like once we finally do make our way back to shore in full and actually sell this stuff to a blacksmith, some kind of shopkeeper. I mean, it's probably going to take multiple shopkeepers or multiple rounds of selling things to a shopkeeper because, well, are you seeing how many things there are here? We're not even close to being done. So when we did this previously, how much weight did we have at that point in time? I don't remember. But it wasn't 1,000. It was less than 1,000 at that point in time. It might have been half. It might have even been less than half of what we currently have here. So this is going to be pretty ridiculous how much stuff we're going to have in a pile just hanging out here. So in case it isn't clear, what we're doing here is we're dropping all the stuff, or at least most of the stuff, so that we get below our weight limit, and then we're going to do a running jump to make it up onto that ledge so that we can actually fight this whatever monster and get the guarded treasure. Then once we're done, we'll come back here, pick up all the treasure that we've dropped, and go back to being encumbered and having, you know, 1,250 weight units worth of things. But the thing is, it does take some time to drop the, what, like, it's probably several hundred things that we have in our inventory right now. I mean, you could potentially do some math if you were to get a general idea of what the average weight of each item is. Hard to tell because we have a mixture of chest plates, which are usually quite heavy, some weapons that are usually a fair bit lighter, but they do vary a little bit as well, and then like boots and gloves, which are typically quite a bit lighter. So it is probably a not terribly easy thing to predict accurately, but you could probably come up with a general ballpark of where we are in terms of number of items here. We should probably start dumping some of the items, or some of the weapons as well. Just go crazy. And yeah, the question that we were asking ourselves is like, how much is this stuff going to be worth once we do start selling it all? And the hope is a lot, but yeah, no one is going to be able to afford to take all this stuff off of our hands in one fell swoop. We're either going to need to sell to multiple people, or potentially sell one round and then meditate, and meditate long enough that they can get money back, which I think is possible. And then at that point, hopefully, we will be able to get them back to having a bunch of money, and we can just rinse, repeat, resell. Okay, so we're actually still over encumbered right now, despite having dropped all of our weapons and armor. The reason for that, I think, is because we've also picked up a bunch of saddles. Yeah, we have a ton of saddles, and those weigh quite a bit. And some of them, I was saying, at least from the name, sounded decent. I was actually kind of wondering if some of these are the same or perhaps even better than what we have, but I think we have basically the best saddle because we won the race, the last race, and that tends to be the place where you're getting all the best saddles is through the races, so I think we can, for the most part, ignore that, but maybe some of the blinders. Okay, like these are the same kind of blinders that we have. Seems like Zeracanian is typically one of, if not the best type of insert whatever here. Saddles, blinders. Okay, we are now below the threshold. So this little pouch is actually the biggest pouch you've ever seen. It's actually probably about, I don't know, 20 times the size of Geralt's. I don't know, what is Geralt's weight compared to the weight of this pouch? There we go. Jump complete. It was all for that. Oh, it was just another siren. Here I was, getting my hopes up, thinking it was going to be a nice, dramatic Draconid fight. No such luck. Oh, get back here. Wait, you can actually poison us? I didn't remember that. I mean, it wasn't much poison damage, but you did technically poison us. Okay. So take you out. And then loot this. And it doesn't have much. But, I mean, we should just check if there's anything over here while we're up here. Because it is a hassle to get back up here, but I think that is truthfully it in this location. So let's hop back down. Hop back down. And now spend approximately 1 eternity picking back up all the things that we just dropped. It took a little while for the game to load the list of stuff, because, yeah, it's quite a long list. It's quite a long list. In case it wasn't clear when we were dropping everything. Fortunately, there is this take all button. That should help. Save quite a bit of time. There is this ledge here. Or at least what looks like a bit of a ledge. Makes me wonder if it's possible to go up this way, but I don't know. And received insert item here in the bottom left corner there is going to be going for quite some time, I'd imagine. And let's just verify. Are we back up? Yeah, back up to above 1,260. So I think we are certainly still keeping all the stuff that we had. Didn't, like, drop anything in the process. Not like the game was incapable of remembering just how many items there were there, despite us pushing the limits like that. Did still manage to make it happen. Okay, so I wonder if we can actually go here, because it looked like, ooh, it looks like there might have been something up here in this direction now. Maybe we don't necessarily need to approach from that direction. Maybe we just head over here in general. Because, yeah, like, look at this shoreline here. That looks somewhat promising. We'll just head up to the top here. See if we can catch anything. Catch anything, I mean, really see anything of note. But I'm not sure we can actually make it up here. Well, almost, but not quite. So let's check down the beach area over there. See if there is, in fact, anything else that we might want to pick up. It's still going. Hunting boots, captain boots, hunting boots, cavalry boots. Here. Is there anything for us to loot? Or something along those lines? Not really seeing it, after all. I suspected that it might have been the case, but not seeing it. And this is, of course, the other highly elevated spot, but this looks even less welcoming than the previous spot. So I think this probably is it in terms of things to find on this island here. I suppose you could potentially count how many items we had based on how many things you see popping up on the screen there. It's still going. I do kind of want to pause. Okay, I was going to say I want to pause to check our map again, but I didn't want to interrupt what was happening there. But it has now finished. Because I think that means that now we're headed out to this question mark here. Probably comes next, and then we'll go, like we were saying, these question marks here, and then loop around here. But we're getting awfully close to wrapping stuff up here. We are now at just really the northernmost part. We started off on Skellig, and we went southeast around here, and we've made it to all of this stuff. And now we just have our last little section here.